Chapter 161, Flowers Among the Camp. Not long after Yu Zhong and Ji Qingwu had left the camp, there was some activity going on in the middle of the camp that went unnoticed by the humans. Two claws sneakily protruded out from the ground and continuously scattered the dirt around the area. Before long, a big hole appeared in the grounds in the middle of the camp. From that hole, two mutant rats variation climbed out. These mutant rats variation were the same size as a cat, but unlike the other mutant rats, they have pair of forelimbs were unusually developed and were filled with sharp claws. Holy shit, there are rats here. Rat variation. Looking at the mutant rat variations that were rapidly climbing out of the hole, the men were taken back and immediately fired at these rats. Under a hail of bullets, the first few mutant rat variations were killed as soon as they emerged from the hole. But the hole had already been dug, and from the hole, a massive number of mutant rats poured out. Fill the hole. Do not let them come out. The leader of a small team of men roared. 7 evolvers holding Tang imitation swords leaped out from among that team of men and rushed towards the hole. Everyone knew that if these mutant rats continuously poured out of the hole, all the men here would die today. The 7 men used Tang imitation swords to continuously slice apart any mutant rats they came across. Soon they formed circle around the hole, refusing to let a single one of these creatures escape and wreak havoc within the camp. Let me do it! A militant armed with a Type 79 assault rifles took advantage of the 7 evolvers' ability to prevent these mutant rats from climbing out of the hole. He rushed towards the hole and opened fire into the hole with a mixture of glee and reckless abandonment. Data-ta-ta-ta. A continuous stream of bullets shot through the mutant rats that were scrambling through the hole. After emptying all the bullets in his magazine, the militant pulled out 4 of the mutant rat variations corpses that was covering the hole and immediately tossed a hand grenade into the hole. Bomb! A loud explosive rang out. From the hole, a wave of heat, rocks, and mutant rats' body parts were launched into the air, creating a massive cloud of dust. After the cloud of dust has dissipated, the hole was sealed with a mixture of rocks and sand. Suddenly, a series of loud shouts sent a chill into the hearts of the men. There's also a hole here. Holy shit, there's another hole over here. Shouts and screams erupted among the humans as multiple holes suddenly appeared at various points throughout the camp. A swamp of mutant rats emerged from each of these holes and rushed towards the humans in a frenzy. Then the whole camp erupted in an outpouring of gunfire and screams. From Yu Zhong's side of the camp, Kong Tianyu bellowed, "Spray the gasoline! Quickly spray the gasoline!" Although there were many mutant rats emerging from the various holes, the number of mutant rats that managed to enter the camp through the tunnels were a lot lesser in numbers than the mutant rats tide that was outside the ring of fire. If the mutant rats outside the camp took advantage of the confusion within the camp and rushed towards the camp, then all of these men would die under the jaws of the rat tide. The 2 fire trucks constantly sprayed gasoline onto the flames, creating a buffer zone. The initial fire was running out of things to burn and was slowly dying out when it suddenly received this new source of fuel. Torrents of flames that was dying out received a new lease of life as the inferno erupted and raged even more fiercely. In the camp where Yu Zhong's team was defending themselves, several rat holes had been dug by the mutant rats variations. From each of these rat holes, several mutant rats emerged and rushed towards the men. "Follow me," Zhong Tianyu roared as he grabbed a Tang imitation sword and rushed towards the closest hole. Chun Shi and the rest of Yu Zhong close combat team members also equipped their Tang imitation sword and moved forwards to intercept the mutant rats. The war between men and rats became chaotic as the 2 sides crashed together in close combat battle. Every moment, there were a massive number of mutant rats that were killed. At the same time, there were many men who had bitten to death or seriously injured by these rats. Yao Yao had also participated in this joint exercise. The Tang imitation sword in her hands seemed to be waving after images like a ghost as it danced among the mutant rats. Numerous mutant rats continuously died in her hands, and a large number of experience orbs entered in her body, continuously strengthening her. Little Greenie Eagle also used its wings to knock away the mutant rats that approached toward it. These mutant rats were unable to hurt it at all. With each peck, there will be a mutant rat corpse adding to the pile of dead mutant rats around it. The militants and normal humans in various camps were either injured or killed by the unending streams of mutant rats. Only the evolvers from the Long High teams, and those who wore the water python snakeskin armor, like Yu Zhong's team of evolvers, were able to escape injury. The scales and skin of the water python snakeskin armor was incredibly tough. Although the mutant rat's teeth were incomparably sharp and were able to chew through a steel plate, the action was not immediate and took place over a period of time. Similarly, these rats could bite through the water python snakeskin armor, but only if they had the time to chew through it. Of course, these battle-hardened warriors were not going to stand still and give the mutant rats this luxury. Other than the close combat team, Yu Zhong's team also had many soldiers who were armed with Type 03 rifles. See notes for picture. They also fired at mutant rats in short bursts of fire. All the marksmen in Yu Zhong's team are made up of veteran soldiers. These soldiers had undergone strict military training. After following Yu Zhong, they were not only required to continue these training, but were also frequently called into raiding missions where they had to clear zombies. Under this strict diet of training combined with practical combat experience, their accuracy improved day by day, and their combat powers are way higher than normal soldiers. After all, soldiers who had experienced real combat were more useful in a war than soldiers who had just received military training. Kong Tianyu brought his men and rushed over to all the locations where the mutant rats were streaming in from. Each time when they fought their way to a rat hole, they would fire all their bullets into the hole and tossed in a hand grenade, closing that hole. Although this method is not foolproof, the mutant rat variations could continue to dig a path out of the plug hole. Each hole plug brought the men a brief respite from the attacks of the mutant rats, making the number of mutant rats that they need to handle at one time more manageable. The mutant rats were in reality only level 5, and if they did not have the advantage of numbers, they would not be a match for humans. Under Kong Tianyu's leadership, the mutant rats' corpses piled up, and each rat hole were filled up with debris from explosions. Just when a number of rat holes in the camp had been reduced to 30 or less, suddenly there were numerous claws extending from the ground at various locations within the camp. In a short span of time, 12 more massive rat holes were created by teams of 4 mutant rat variations in Concerto. From each of these 12 massive rat holes emerged an elite Rat King's bodyguard. 12 elite Rat King's bodyguards glared menacingly at the humans and let loose a loud roar. Seeing emergence of this new threat, the military men immediately aimed their guns at these monsters, and a rain of bullets sprayed out towards them from all directions. Although these elite Rat King's bodyguards were shot numerous times under the might of the bullet storm, these creatures did not immediately die from their wounds. With a shake of their body, they charged towards the group of humans and began slaughtering the humans with each flash of their claws. Looking at the carnage, it was as if powerful tigers had landed among meek lambs and began a massacre. 2 of the evolvers who were armed with Tang imitation swords did not even have the time to react to this new threat when an elite Rat King's bodyguard's claws penetrated through the stomach of the first evolver and into the guts of the second evolver. As the elite Rat King's bodyguard withdrew its hands, the intestines of both men were discarded onto the floor, while sprays of blood emerged from the wound as the surprised evolvers lifelessly sunk onto the floor. Even as their life rapidly poured out of them, in a shower of bloodletting, they still did not understand how they died. If even these evolvers were no match for the elite Rat King's bodyguards, then normal humans were helpless against the might of the elite Rat King's bodyguards. Each elite Rat King's bodyguards craved out a path of carnage and destruction, littering the area around them with the blood-stained corpses of the humans it killed. Shoot the cannon. Fire the cannon. Kong Tianyu noticed that the strength of these elite Rat King's bodyguards were extraordinary, and he immediately roared the order. To be continued. in next chapter. If you want multiple chapters or faster releases, please donate. Chapter 162, A Fierce Battle. Once the soldiers had received the command, the soldiers manning the Type ZPT 90-25mm autocannons, that were mounted on the IFV, immediately let loose a stream of heavy firepower. The Type ZPT 90-25mm autocannons used of armor-piercing rounds that could easily tear apart an armored jeep. Although the elite Rat King's bodyguards had hides that were able to shrug off normal bullets, these hides were unable to withstand the might of armor-piercing rounds. Under the concentrated fire, an elite Rat King's bodyguard ended up being shredded into pieces. On the Longhai military campsite, they also began to use the ZPT 90-25mm autocannons mounted on their IFV and open-fired on 2 elite Rat King's bodyguards and tore these creatures apart. Under the 2 combined might of the 2 IFV firepower, 5 of the elite Rat King's bodyguards have been ripped apart, but the remaining 7 of these creature elite Rat King's bodyguards were scattered around the camp, creating paths of death and destruction among the men. The IFV could not fire at the remaining 7 elite Rat King's bodyguards, as these creatures are too close to groups of men. These bullets would not discriminate against men or beast, and would also tear their allies into shreds if the autocannon continued to fire. Therefore, there was a temporary ceasefire. Of the 7 elite Rat King's bodyguards, 4 of them had headed towards Yu Zhong's military group. 2 of these creatures had rushed towards the coalition group, and 1 of them had entered into the Longhai military group. The 2 elite Rat King's bodyguards that made it into the ranks of the coalition group were like unstoppable killing machines as they massacred the men. When even evolvers could be disemboweled by a single swipe of its claws, the coalition, which comprised of ordinary men, could not withstand the carnage that each of these creatures wrought. Normal guns and weapons could barely scratch its hide, and the coalition were powerless to stop the rampage of these pair of killing machines. In a short span of a few breaths, there were at least 4 men that were disemboweled as their guts or hearts were ripped out from their bodies, collapsing in an orgy of bloodletting. To compound the problem, the coalition group was also assaulted by hordes of mutant rats pouring out from the rat holes at the same time. The elite Rat King's bodyguard that slaughtered its way into the Longhai military group seemed to disappear as it blended into a group of mutant rats that it was leading. As the rapidly expanding numbers of mutant rats rushed into the camp, occasionally it will emerge from the tide of rats surrounding it. Each appearance was always accompanied by a horrifying flash of claws that cleaved apart a solitaire with each hit. Then, as if it was never there, the elite Rat King's bodyguard disappeared among the tide of rats again. The group of mutant rats and elite Rat King's bodyguard then headed toward a group of marksmen in the military and began a mass slaughter. As the IFV dared not to fire the autocannon for fear of hitting its own men, the elite Rat King's bodyguard was like a mighty and invincible beast among the marksmen. Even on the occasions that the men managed to land a hit with their machine guns, its hide allowed it to shrug off the damage. Xiao Wang Lao Lu. Hashtag dollar hashtag percent hashtag at hashtag. Motherfucker, go and die. Looking at the corpse of 7 of his friends that were killed by the elite Rat King's bodyguard, one of the militants' eyes turned bloodshot with rage and tossed a hand grenade towards the rapidly approached group of mutant rats and elite Rat King's bodyguard. Boom! The surrounding mutant rats and the elite Rat King's bodyguard was blown apart by the force of the grenade, and the elite Rat King's bodyguard stood still stupidly as half of its body seemed to be missing. Then it collapsed. But as the explosion was too close, the one that threw the grenade was also caught in its blast radius. His right leg was blasted off, and his whole body was covered in blood and shrapnel pieces. He collapsed onto the ground and was barely alive himself. He found himself slowly dying as blood seeped out from his wounds, staining the earth with the red color of his blood. Then all is black. One of 4 elite Rat King's bodyguards had just entered Yu Zhong's group's camp when little Greenie Eagle leaped down from the top of a vehicle and pinned it to ground with its claws. With a peck of its mighty beaks, it crushed the head of the elite Rat King's bodyguard and scattered the remains of its brains all over the floor. These elite Rat King's bodyguards were not stupid. Seeing how easily little Greenie Eagle killed one of its own, they chose to avoid going near little Greenie Eagle and headed towards the rest of the men. Yu Zhong's group were comprised of brave men who were not afraid of these creatures. Seeing one of the elite Rat King's bodyguards approaching them, four of the close combat team members gripped their Tang imitation sword tightly and rushed towards the elite Rat King's bodyguard. The team of 4 men were wearing water python snakeskin armor, and it gave them the confidence to engage these killing machines in close combat. Like an enraged panther, the elite Rat King's bodyguard also charged towards the men and swiped at one of them with its claws as if it was batting aside a fly. With a single hit, a terrifying force sent that man flying with. Blood oozed out from his mouth while in flight, creating a red color arc in the air. As he landed heavily on the ground, he seemed unable to get up and was barely conscious. A close look will reveal that his outer garments have been torn, and even the water python snakeskin armor that could resist bullets had been imprinted with the creature's claws mark. Although the water python snakeskin armor had prevented the elite Rat King's bodyguard from disemboweling him in a single strike, it could not protect him against the force of the impact. The other 3 members of the close combat team swung their Tang imitation sword with all their might as they chopped towards the body of the elite Rat King's bodyguard. Although these close combat team members were evolvers, they do not have any powerful skills from the system. As a result, their blades could only leave white color slash marks on the hide of the elite Rat King's bodyguard. They were dismayed to find that they could not even cut through the hide to make this creature bleed. There was an irritated look in the eyes of the elite Rat King's bodyguard. In its eyes, it considered the 3 men surrounding it as nothing more than pesky flies. It raised its left hand to swat away these files. The faces of these men turned pale. They had seen what a swipe of these claws could do to their comrade earlier. Before its paw could complete the slash, a small shadowy figure used incredible speed to appear behind the elite Rat King's bodyguard. With a thrust of its blade, the shadowy figure stabbed a Tang initiation sword into the right eye of the elite Rat King's bodyguard. Then she retreated. All animals have at least 1 critical point on their body, their eyes. No matter how powerful these animals are, the eyes of a creature is a weak spot. The elite Rat King's bodyguard is no exception to this rule. The Tang imitation sword was able to stab deep into the creature's brain from opening created by the eyes. The elite Rat King's bodyguard struggled for a brief moment as it lashed about in its death throes and desperately struggled to pull out the sword. But it was obvious that this creature is getting weaker and weaker. With a sudden stiffening of its body, it collapsed into a pool of light and dropped a skill book. A large experience orb entered into the body of the shadowy figure. Only then did the 3 men who was fighting the elite Rat King's bodyguard realize that the small shadowy figure is actually Yao Yao. Yao Yao picked up the skill book and saw that it is a level 3 agility enhancement skill book. With but a thought, she immediately opted to learn this skill, and the skill book vanished as a glow of light surrounded her and empowered her. Seeing this, the 3 close combat team members' mouths slightly curled, but they did not say anything. Yu Zhong had a very strict rule. All the items that were dropped by any creatures in the system had to be submitted to him. Only he was allowed to distribute these rewards based on merits of his men. Secretly keeping an item or learning a skill from a dropped skill book was a big offense, and once any transgressors were discovered, they would be sentenced to death. But Yao Yao had just saved their lives. In addition, she was on close terms with Yu Zhong. They had no intention of reporting Yao Yao for this violation of rules. On the other side of Yu Zhong's camp, one of the elite Rat King's bodyguard was locked in fierce combat with Kong Tianyu, Qin Shitu, and 2 other close combat team members. That elite Rat King's bodyguard swiped a massive paw at one close combat team members and sent him flying. Although he is not disemboweled in one hit, his bones were crushed from the impact of the blow. Qin Shitu had innately practiced a type of kung fu before the apocalypse. After he had attained the ability to evolve, he had participated in numerous raiding missions with Yu Zhong's team. Although he joined Yu Zhong's team relatively late compared to other members, his level is not low, and he is now a level 7 evolver. He stepped forward and, using his kung fu training, launched a mighty low kick at the elite Rat King's bodyguard's leg. The elite Rat King's bodyguard lost its balance and fell heavily into the floor. Chen Shirtu quickly used his military knife to cut the throat of the prone elite Rat King's bodyguard. If this is a man or an ordinary zombie, they will be decapitated by now. Alas, the knife was unable to even scratch a mark on the surface of the elite Rat King's bodyguard's skin. The elite Rat King's bodyguard used its hands to support itself and was trying to stand up again by pushing against the ground. Kong Tianyu was not going to let go of this excellent opportunity. He quickly stepped forwards and stabbed his Tang imitation sword through an eye socket of this beast. Then he used his body weight to push the sword deeper and deeper into the eye socket, while twisting and turning the sword in his hands. The blade drilled a path inside the brains of this elite Rat King's bodyguard, pounding it into a sticky brain paste. But Kong Tianyu has made a fatal error. He was standing in front of the elite Rat King's bodyguard as he used all his strength to drive the Tang imitation sword deeper into its brain. The elite Rat King's bodyguards lashed out in fury at the pain, and Kong Tianyu was unable to avoid its claws and was sent flying. However, a massive experience orb also entered into his body and instantly promoted him to level 12 at one shot. At the same time, a valuable skill book was dropped. Chapter 163, Tragic Victory. Having killed an elite Rat King's bodyguard, little Greenie Eagle searched the area for any more threats. Its sharp eyes spied the last elite Rat King's bodyguard in Yu Zhong camp, and with a terrible speed, it rushed towards it. With a single peck, its mighty beak crushed the brains of elite Rat King's bodyguard before the elite Rat King's bodyguard could react. Boom! Boom! Two mighty explosions rang out. The last two elite Rat King's bodyguards were taken down by two suicide bombers in the coalition group, armed with live grenades in a kamikaze attack. But how did the various factions in the coalition group got hold of these weapons, especially grenades, in the first place? It should be noted that in China before the apocalypse, machine guns and hand grenades were restricted to the army or police. It is the same in Longhai Survival Camp. The truth is that a lot of the coalition group members had cultivated good guanxi with the military in Longhai survival camps. After the apocalypse, weapons are strength, and strength means survival in a post-apocalypse world. Many factions have donated food and women to get weapons such as machine guns and hand grenades from the military, and these weapons become the bottom line insurance for their lives. Without the added threat of the elite Rat King's bodyguards, the rest of the men began to slowly turn the tide against the mutant rats that were still pouring out of the rat holes. The men quickly worked together to deal with the mutant rats in their territory and close up each existing hole with a grenade. Just when the situation was getting under control, again several pairs of claws protruded from the ground and scattered rocks and soil all over the grounds. With the mutant rat variations working in unison, 24 large holes were quickly created. From each of these holes, an elite Rat King's bodyguard emerged. Looking at this situation, all the men felt a hinge of despair. It was with great difficulty and heavy causalities before they managed to kill 12 of these monsters, and now there are twice as many elite Rat King's bodyguards. Even if they manage to kill or drive these creatures off, the death count will be very high, and many of them would undoubtedly perish. As well, even if they manage to drive off this wave of beast, will the next wave come in even greater numbers? Having experienced what these beasts could do if they ran unchecked, the men manning the Type ZPT 90-25mm autocannon in the IFV immediately focused all their firepower on this new threat. Under the roar of the autocannon firepower, many of the mutant rats and elite Rat King's bodyguards were torn asunder. But as powerful as the IFVs were, there were only 2 of these machines. Although 8 of the elite Rat King's bodyguards were ripped into shreds, 16 of the monstrous creatures still managed to lead a large number of mutant rats into the areas where there are dense concentrations of men. Just when the elite Rat King's bodyguards and mutant rings were about to engage the humans in fierce combat, a surprising thing occurred. The swarm of rats suddenly scattered and fled in all directions, leaving the men alone. Even the elite Rat King's bodyguards that were unstoppable killing machines suddenly raised their head, sniffed in the air, and ran back to the hole they appeared from. The two gunners from the IFV grinned and displayed their might as the autocannon burst apart some of the fleeing mutant rats and elite Rat King's bodyguards. "Do not shoot anymore. Stop shooting. Stop shooting." Kong Tianyu yelled out a command. Yu Zhong's forces had limited ammo. It is for this reason that the IFV seldom use its Type ZPT 90-25mm autocannon. The autocannon is usually used for showing off their strength and not for actual combat. Only when the men in Yu Zhong's camp were facing a desperate situation did Kong Tianyu authorize the use of this weapon of war. The reason why Yu Zhong had trained a large number of close combat team members is because they want to conserve their ammunition. Although the firepower is very strong, but the consequences of reliance on these weapons is also very dangerous. Without bullets, a sword is much better than a rifle as a weapon. All the men in Yu Zhong teams stopped firing, and the surviving close combat team members immediately chased and hacked apart any mutant rats within reach. Now that these mutant rats are fleeing and not attacking them in groups, the mutant rats are easy prey. Each mutant rats are level 5 mutant beasts, and each kill will enable the close combat team members to gain more experience and hopefully evolve further. After Yu Zhong has slayed the mutant Rat King, the mutant rats and elite Rat King's bodyguards are in confusion and dispersed in all directions as they fled the area. Seeing the actions of Yu Zhong's team members who continuously collected the experience orbs, the rest of the evolvers from the coalition group also charged out with their Tang imitation swords and tried to gain more experience. Watching the fleeing mutants rats and elite Rat King's bodyguards, the surviving humans let out a cheer. In this battle, although approximately 100 men had been killed, they had attained victory at last. Yu Zhong and Ji Qingwu returned to the camp. All around them is the corpses of rats, blood and guts of men, testifying to the intensity of the battle in the camp. Once he returned to the camp, Yu Zhong immediately sought out Kong Tianyu. Grabbing his arm, Yu Zhong asked, "Is anyone killed or injured?" For this mission, all the men that Yu Zhong brought out are elite troops from his party. Each of these men had killed at least 30 zombies. As well, all of these elite troops were equipped with water python snakeskin armor. Even if there is one death, Yu Zhong would be saddened by the loss of an elite troop member. Report: 2 of our men were seriously injured. However, they had already consumed the life recovery grass, and their life should not be in danger. Zhong Tianyu also passed a skill book and a small pile of coins to Yu Zhong. "Captain Yu, this is a skill book that dropped and some coins. Level 2 skill, Super Strength Enhancement. After activating this skill, within 30 seconds, your strength will be increased by 30. However, after 30 seconds, current stamina will drop by 10 points. If current stamina is less than 10 points, you will be unable to use this skill." Yu Zhong tossed the book to Kong Tianyu. "This time you have done well. This skill book will be yours." Yu Zhong was not interested in this skill. The surge in power of this skill could only be used for a short time, and learning this skill will also consume 1 slot and reduce the number of active skills he may learn. "Thank you, Captain Yu." Kong Tianyu was very happy and immediately learned the skill. With a ray of light, the book disappeared, and the knowledge of that skill appeared in his mind. At level 10, he gained the ability to enhance 1 skill. However, at that time he did not have any skills. Now that he had a skill, he also chose to put his skill enhancement point to this skill. From his mind came a message: Level 2 skill, Surge in Strength +1. After using this skill, your strength will increase by 35 for a time period of 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, your current stamina will be reduced by 10. If your current stamina is lower than 10, you may not use this skill. There is no cooldown on this skill. Kong Tianyu was very glad, and in his heart he laughed, haha. With this, I am now a true evolver. Once he activated this skill, for 5 minutes Kong Tianyu will become like Hercules, and normal men would not be able to withstand the might of his blows. Yu Zhong walked towards the injured man. Seeing Yu Zhong, the 2 men who were injured tried to get up and called out weakly, Captain Yu. Yu Zhong just helped them back to rest. There is no need to get up. Just focus on resting for now and slowly regain your strength. The 2 injured men was touched and feebly nodded their heads. This consideration for their well-being increased the feeling of loyalty they felt towards Yu Zhong. After ensuring that all his men were all right, Yu Zhong then walked towards the Longhai military camp. The Longhai military group painted a tragic scene. Other than the men who were smacked to death or disemboweled, there are 8 more soldiers who had been bitten by the mutant rats. These men were spread out on the floor, and blood seeped out from their wounds, while they cried out in pain. Su Jigang was holding an injured man in his arms. This man is wounded in several places, and he was crying as he begged Su Jigang, "Platoon leader, please shoot me and release me from this agony. I can't stand it. It is so painful. Please have mercy on me and in my sufferings." Su Jigang was fiercely holding back the tears in his eyes as he shouted, "Lang Zi, please hold on. I will definitely save you. You will definitely get well." Chapter 164, Saving Lives. Lang Zi, the man who was being held by Su Zhengang, was among the bravest soldiers under Su Zhenggang's command. Both Lang Zi and Su Zhengang were initially assigned to the same platoon. Having experienced countless numbers of battles together, their relationships were as close as brothers. When the elite Rat King's bodyguard attacked the military group, Lang Zi is among the first men to step out to engage the new threat. With tears streaming down his face, Lang Zi begged, "Platoon leader, I know you are a good man, but I also know that we do not have any medicine. With my injuries, even I successfully made it back to Longhai military base, I will also die. Why don't you just shoot me and spare me the agony from these pain? Please, I am begging you." After the apocalypse, medicine, like food, became a valuable resource. After raiding Qingyuan County, a large number of medicine were acquired by the Longhai survival camp government. Due to limited supply of medicine, only men who were living in the special administrative region in the Longhai survival camp were able to get medical treatment. As for other men, even if they were injured, they were only able to either find ways to heal themselves or wait for death. As the army was the one who conducted the raid, Lei Sheng, off-side note, Lei Sheng is the military commander in Longhai survival camp, had misappropriated a lot of medicines and kept them as his personal stash. However, these medicines were all for his relatives, his personal aides, and himself. There is no way he would share the medicines with anyone else. Su Zhengang is not a personal aide of Lei Sheng and could not even get hold of any medicine from Lei Sheng. Su Zhengang was a thoroughbred soldier. His loyalty did not rest with Lei Sheng, but resided within the country and government. If Lei Sheng should attempt to stage a military coup to take control of Longhai survival camp, Su Zhengang would resist the hostile takeover with all his might. What Lei Sheng really desired are soldiers who obeyed all his orders without question and were willing to carry out his orders, even if his orders put them in conflict with the government or country. Therefore, Su Zhengang had never been on close terms with Lei Sheng. In the military, there was a clear chain of command. This was the foundation on which the military was based on. Only and only Lei Sheng could issue any military commands and mobilize the army, as Lei Sheng is the army commander. As Su Zhengang was soldier under the command of the military, even if the government would like Su Zhengang to be in charge of this expedition, they must first receive Lei Cheng's approval to do so. But Lei Cheng was a man who looked after his own interests first. He would not always follow the government's instructions. At the same time, the government was worried about Lei Cheng getting too much power. As a result, the relationship between the government and the military in Longhai survival camp could be described as being strained. Even if the government wanted to take control of the distribution of medicine in the army, it would be but an empty dream. The government did not have the power to take over the military, and Lei Sheng would never agree to hand over the medical supplies. In the military, for men who were as seriously injured as Lang Zi, most platoon commanders would not hesitate to deliver the coup de grace and end the suffering of his soldiers. But how could Su Zhengang bear to kill them? These men had been in countless numbers of battle with him and are closer to him than his own brothers. The pain that the rest of the 7 injured men were going through were also visible on their face and actions as they winced, groaned, and trashed about. All of the injuries were very serious, and it is obvious that if they did not receive any medical treatment, they would die. The rest of the men in the platoon could only stand and watch the scene unfold with tears in their eyes and feelings of sadness and being powerless to help swelled in their hearts. All of these injured men are men who had experienced several life and death situations with them. Their relationships were cultivated over the spans of several dangerous missions where they worked as one and trusted in each other to watch their backs as they overcame many obstacles together. Over time, an unshakable bond was formed between them. Fuck. There is no justice in this world. We stand in the front lines of all battles, risking our lives for these bastards, and what do we get in return? They will not even spare any medicine for us? What are we in the eyes of these men? Are we still regarded as human beings? When the pets of the men living in the Special Administrative Region were sick, they had access to a vet. Are we the soldiers who risked our lives to get more food for the population of Longhai Survival Camp, even inferior to pet dogs? A burly soldier threw his military cap to the floor in frustration as he let loose a stream of profanities at the government and military in command. Many rich men and women in the Special Administrative Region kept dogs as pet. Even when there was a shortage of food, and countless numbers of people in Longhai Survival Camp were starving and dying of hunger, these dogs were well fed with superior dog food or leftovers of human food. When these dogs were sick, they had access to vets and expensive veterinary medicine. In contrast, the living conditions for many survivors in Longhai Survival Camp were inferior to a dog. The burly men's words struck a chord with the sentiments in the hearts of the Sodders. Another soldier also took off his military cap and threw it to the ground in frustration. That's right. We are disposable. Even if we died, in the eyes of the top brass in the government or military, we are worse than a dog. Listening to these words, the morale of the soldiers dropped drastically. These men were often the first to engage in battle and the last to retreat. They often have to participate in many dangerous missions to raid food and other supplies, and have a high injury and death toll. These soldiers are also human. Seeing this unfair and biased treatment, all these soldiers were, of course, unhappy and fuming in anger. Lang Zi knew that he will definitely die. He took the opportunity to finally say the words that he had long kept in his heart. Platoon leader, you bring the rest of our brothers and leave. The further you go, the better. Do not follow Lei Sheng anymore. He wants the lives of us all. Lang Zi's words spelled out what many soldiers also felt in their hearts, but did not say it out. They all just stared at the platoon commander, Su Zhengang. They were not blind, nor were they stupid. They, of course, knew the Lei Sheng had regarded them as disposable men. Su Zhengang had tears in his eyes as he replied, Lang Zi, we cannot leave. We're military soldiers, government soldiers, and civilian soldiers. Now that the country is in danger, we, the military, have to protect the citizens. If we all leave, who will protect our people and country? There was a bitter smile on Lang Zi's mouth as he sighed. He had worked with Su Zhengang for so many years. Of course, he knew the character of Su Zhengang inside out. Su Zhengang was a man with strong convictions and belief. No matter what others people said to him, he would never give up on his beliefs. But this was also what made Su Zhengang so attractive to his men, and why Lang Zi was willing to fight alongside Su Zhengang. At this time, Yu Zhong stepped forward. I can heal them, and in addition, I have 70% chance that they will be completed healed. Yu Zhong said. Su Zhengan's eyes shone with a flash of hope, but at the same time, he was wary of Yu Zhong. What are your terms and conditions? If you want me to betray the government or military in Longhai survival camp, I will not agree to your terms. Su Zhengang was not that stupid as to believe that Yu Zhong would help him out of the goodness in Yu Zhong's heart. The situation among these two leaders was quite awkward. After this joint mission had been concluded, it is likely that they might be enemies in the near future. Yu Zhong looked at the men who were injured and named his terms. If I heal you, after you have recovered, you must join my team and become my men. Your boss, Lei Sheng, treated your lives as insignificant as grass. But I see you men as treasures. If you are willing to join me, I will give you nothing but the best. The best weapons, the best food, the best medicine. All these are available to you. If you have the ability, having 2 or more wives is also not a problem. In Yu Zhong's side, what he lacked most were professional soldiers. Also, he had raided a military base and received many military weapons like IFVs. There were few soldiers who were proficient in using these weapons. If he needs to train these soldiers from scratch, it would require a large amount of petrol, bullets, and time. Therefore, soldiers who were already trained are treasures in the eyes of Yu Zhong. Not only can he save on the resources needed to train these soldiers, but each soldier that joined his party could immediately be put to work in defending his camp. Even if these soldiers could not drive or operate IFVs, these experienced soldiers only need more combat experiences, and they would be elites among the men. These battle-hardened men would be much stronger and more stable in a real battle than the conscripted soldiers in his army. Su Zhengang pointed his fingers at the 8 men and said, "Then please heal them. They're all good soldiers. I promise you that once you have healed them, I will strike them out from the military list, and they will be your men." If these soldiers did not get any help, they would die without any doubts. Su Zhengang could not bear the thoughts of men who he regarded as brothers dying, especially when an opportunity to preserve their lives is right in front of him. Yu Zhong nodded and took out some powder made from the life-saving grass and sprinkled them into a bowl of water. Then he let the men drink the bowl of water and sprinkle some powder onto the wounds of these men. Under the miraculous effects of the life-saving grass, the 8 men's wounds slowly began to heal, and their situation showed signs of stabilizing. Chapter 165, Mass Recruitment. Seeing that the wounds on these 8 soldiers were slowly closing and that their comrades' conditions were stabilizing, the surrounding soldiers also heaved a sigh of relief. These men had fought besides them in countless battles. Needless to say, there were close relationships between the injured soldiers and their platoon mates. Having seen the miraculous recovery of 8 of his subordinates, Su Zhengang sincerely thanked Yu Zhong. "There is no need for thanks. Since they are my men, of course I will naturally protect their lives." Yu Zhong replied. Looking at the rest of the soldiers crowding around these men, he asked, "All of you are the bravest soldiers I ever had the pleasure to meet. Would you like to join my team? I will give all of you the best benefits." Listening to Yu Zhong's recruitment speech, many soldiers were greatly tempted. Yu Zhong did not abandon these seriously injured soldiers, and even used miraculous medicines to heal the injured. In contrast, Longhai Military Group was not even willing to give these soldiers common medicine. These men were not as stubborn as Su Zhengang and naturally prefer to work for a caring commander than someone who regarded their lives as disposable. Su Zhengang was furious at Yu Zhong's attempt to pull his men to his side. But when he considered the injustices that his men had to go through, he could not find the heart to voice out his rage. After all, these men were as close to him as his brothers, and he also wanted the best for them. One of the soldiers stepped forward and looked into Su Zhenggang's eyes. With tears in his eyes, he exclaimed, "Platoon Commander Su, I apologize. I am no longer willing to risk my life for these bastards. Even the dogs in the Special Administrative Region have vets to take care of them when they were sick, while we soldiers who risked our lives to grab resources for these men could not even have any medical treatment when we were injured in the line of duty. We are men and have flesh and blood too, but they treated us even worse than dogs. I have no desire to work for them anymore." Another soldier bit down on his lips and clenched his fists. When he could endure it no longer, he also stepped out. That's right. We all knew that if we use items from the system, we will be able to become stronger and evolve. But look at our men who have been fighting in battles with us. Which one of them ever had the chance to evolve? All the drops from system were kept by Lei Sheng. Look at the coalition group that were comprised of civilians. Even they have evolvers. We cannot even compare to these men. Indeed, in Su Jinggong's platoon, not a single one of his men were equipped with any items from the system. Since Su Zhonggang was not willing to follow all orders without question, the military commander, Lei Sheng, was very careful not to allow any system resources to fall in the hands of this group of men. It was apparent that he did not want this group, OG men, to gain power. Listening to the grievances of the two men who stepped out and stood behind Yu Zhong, one by one, more and more men stepped out and stood behind Yu Zhong's side. That these men were willing to follow Yu Zhong was not due to Yu Zhong's charisma. To these men, Su Zhonggang and Yu Zhong were equally good leaders. However, in light of the unfairness and injustice from the military and government forces, these men were pushed to stand at Yu Zhong's side. They were fed up of the unjust treatments that they had received from these groups of people. Previously, they had no choice but to continue to endure these injustices as they were not confident of surviving alone in this post-apocalypse world. But now that they had chance to work for another faction that had promised to treat them better, they all jumped at the opportunity. There were no doubts in their minds at all that Yu Zhong would fulfill his promise to treat them better. They had seen that Yu Zhong was willing to use some miraculous medicine to save their comrades earlier. This action already spoke volumes of the extent that Yu Zhong went to take care of his men. You guys! Su Zhonggang looked at the men standing behind Yu Zhong. He felt helpless. There were more than half of his men who had already moved to stand behind Yu Zhong. Su Zhonggang's eyes turned bloodshot as he fiercely glared at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong, do you want to force all of us to serve your faction? Each of men still standing behind Su Zhonggang's side were alarmed. They had seen Yu Zhong's team members in action earlier, and his team indeed had the power to annihilate all of the remaining men standing behind Su Zhonggang. Yu Zhong just calmly replied, I do not have that intention, but these men joined me of their own free will by stepping behind me. Once they became my men, I will not easily let anyone snatch them away. Longhai Survival Camp still had a massive military presence. If Yu Zhong had opted to force all the men in Su Zhonggang platoon to join his team, Longhai Survival Camp would take this transgression as a reason for war. From Yu Zhong's perspective, even if they win the war, they will only do so with heavy losses. A war will consume a significant number of resources, such as bullet, medicine, and cannon ammo. Before he created a factory for producing more of these resources, he preferred to try to conserve whatever resources he had. If it was possible to avoid a battle with mere words, he would rather not fight. But if a battle is imminent, he will not shrink from it either. Su Zhonggang suspiciously looked at Yu Zhong. How do you plan to distribute the food? Now that the coalition group had suffered massive loss of lives, and half of the surviving men in the military group had joined Yu Zhong's side, the balance of power had tipped in Yu Zhong's favor, and Yu Zhong's team was indisputably the strongest among them all. Su Zhonggang was very worried about this issue. If Yu Zhong had chosen to take advantage of this chaos and rob them of their share, Su Zhonggang would have no choice but to concede. Yu Zhong just glanced at Su Zhonggang and replied, Nothing has changed from our earlier agreement. I will take 50% of any resources we find. The other 50% you divide it among your party and the coalition. I will not interfere in this. Su Zhonggang then breathed a sigh of relief, and with a bitter expression, he glanced at his former platoon men who opted to be with Yu Zhong's group. Leave. Get out of my sight. Yu Zhong turned around and walked towards the coalition group. The soldiers who chose to leave saluted Su Zhonggang for one last time. Then they gathered the 8 injured soldiers and walked towards Yu Zhong's camp. In the camp of the coalition group, there were 10 men who were injured. Yu Zhong requested for the men whom he felt that he could possibly save. In this cruel post-apocalypse landscape, medicine was a rare resource. Therefore, when Yu Zhong offered to save these men in exchange for their joining his team, of course no factions within the resources will refuse. One less injured soldier to take care of means that they could save on expensive resources like medicine and food. These injured soldiers were very thankful to Yu Zhong for agreeing to save their lives. Hence, after they had recovered, almost all of them agreed to work under Yu Zhong's banner. In addition, 6 smaller faction leaders brought all their men with them and requested to join Yu Zhong's team. In Longhai Survivor Camp, the bigger factions were thriving. However, smaller factions were struggling to get by. Being a leader of a smaller faction was not something cool, nor was it enviable. These faction leaders had to find various ways and means to feed their men. As their teams were small in number and relatively weak, they found it very hard to do so. That was why they were tempted by the offer of food from the military and had taken part in this joint expedition. Of course, Yu Zhong did not reject any men. As long as these men were willing to follow his rules, he was willing to accept any men. Right now, what he lacked most is manpower. After the battle, the camp is littered with the corpses of the mutant rats. Many men also take these rat corpses and proceeded to roast the rats. After the apocalypse, many men had not tasted meat for a long time. To them, the mutant rats' corpses were very tasty treats. Yikes! The camp was soon filled with the sweet smell of roast rats. Some of the smaller teams in the coalition group were packing the mutant rat corpses into the truck and was prepared to stock up these creatures as exotic food. After skinning and drying these rats, it is also possible to make rat meat jerky from the meat of these corpses. In the military group and Yu Zhong's group, all the men were also stocking up the corpses of these mutant rats. These are rare treats and a delicacy to be had. Yu Zhong gave a command to Chen Shirtu. Quickly take some members with you and retrieve all the corpses of the elite Rat King's bodyguards. Although the hides of these elite Rat King's bodyguards were inferior to that of the water python snakeskin armor, but these are also good materials for making leather armor. After all, these creatures could shrug off the impact of normal weapons and bullets, and normal zombies will not be able to break through these hides and infect his team members with the zombie virus. Although the water python snakeskin armor was much better than this ratskin hide, there is a limit to the number of armor that could be made given the limited number of snakes that Yu Zhong had encountered. At most, there will be 70 sets of snakeskin armor. These elite Rat King's bodyguard skin may be slightly inferior to that of the water python snakeskin armor, but the number of these creatures are not small in number. These elite Rat King's bodyguard hides will allow Yu Zhong to better equip his team members. Even the fur of the mutant rats could be used to create clothes. Although there were many tailoring machines in Stone Horse Village, there were a limited number of materials that could be used to make clothes. Almost everyone else were wearing what they had worn before the apocalypse, and changes of clothes were rare. WAG 1990 explanation. It might imply that they just haven't created any clothes that will help them survive this apocalypse. Basically, it is saying that they are wearing normal, unarmored, civilian clothing that was made before the apocalypse and provides no protection whatsoever. Chapter 166. Little Greenie evolved. After collecting a large number of mutant rats' corpses, all these men then drove their vehicles toward their objective, the granary. After opening a storeroom in the granary, the men were delighted to discover that there was a small mountain of food inside. Bags upon bags of rice were stacked neatly into columns and rows, filling the granary. However, some of the bags of grains had been bitten open by rats, and a lot of the food were spilled onto the floor. The granary had 8 storerooms, but of the 8 storerooms, only 5 of them contained food. The remaining 3 storerooms were empty. But in the 5 remaining storerooms that contained food, about 20% of the food had been eaten by the rats. On closer examination, about half of the food in the granary was deemed to be eaten by the rats. Yu Zhong looked at the 3 empty storerooms that were supposed to be full of food, but he did not say anything. Looking at the amount of food still remaining in the granary, all the men from military or coalition group who participated in this mission went crazy with excitement. They continuously grabbed the stacks of food and moved them to their vehicles. Food in Longhai Survival Camp is more valuable than gold. Yu Zhong ignored the actions of other men. Instead, he had some of his men to guard his share of 5 storerooms worth of food, while the rest of his men continued to load the food into the vehicles. When the vehicles are full, he had the workers transport the food to Stone Horse Village to unload the food, then come back again. Meanwhile, the other half of his team continued to guard the food. There was too much food for their vehicles to load at one go. Now that the most pressing issue had been resolved, Yu Zhong then examined the spoils of war. During their chase of the mutant Rat King, Ji Qingwu and he had killed several elite Rat King's bodyguards, and 4 skill books were dropped. On closer examination, the 4 skill books were Level 2 Shadow Steps, Level 2 Massive Strength, Level 2 Heal, and Level 2 Continuous Miniature Fireball. Level 2 Heal. Using this skill, one may treat most types of injuries, including external wounds and internal injuries. The healing effect of this skill is relatively good. Using this skill will consume 20 spiritual points. Non-priest class who mastered this skill may only use this skill once a day. Level 2 Continuous Miniature Fireball. Using this skill, 5 miniature balls of fire can be summoned. All 5 fireballs will become a continuous stream of fireballs to attack an enemy. Using this skill will consume 20 spiritual points. Non-mage class that mastered this skill may only use this ability once a day. Yu Zhong swiftly decided how he planned to distribute these skills. Lu Yin should get the Shadow Step skill, while Lu Wen will get the Healing skill. As for the Level 2 Massive Strength skill, I will grant this skill to Chun Shi too. His performance is very good. Chun Yao is a mage class, so giving her the Continuous Miniature Fireball skill will be best for her. Having determined how he would distribute the skill books, Yu Zhong took out the crystal that he had received from the mutant Rat King's brain. He was in conflict over if he should eat this crystal. He looked at the crystal. Unlike the red blood bead, he did not feel any temptation to eat it. Looking at the crystal in Yu Zhong's hands, little Greenie eagle's eyes seemed to shine with a bright light. Flapping its wings, it rushed towards Yu Zhong. Before Yu Zhong could react, little Greenie grabbed the crystal in its beak and immediately swallowed the crystal. Looking at little Greenie eagle's actions, Yu Zhong had a flash of inspiration. Looks like the crystal is for mutant beasts to eat, he thought. The crystal and the red blood beads were very rare items. After killing so many mutant beasts, Yu Zhong noted that only mutant beasts of level 30 and above had a chance of dropping a red blood bead. As for the crystal, this is his first time seeing one. As expected, in the bodies of the level 26 elite Rat King's bodyguards, there were no red blood beads nor crystals. After swallowing the crystal, little Greenie eagle seemed to use its wings to curl itself up and stopped moving as it slept. Seeing that little Greenie eagle seemed to be all right, Yu Zhong also swallowed the red blood bead. The red blood bead seemed to turn into a fiery bead of fire as it traveled through Yu Zhong's body, continuously changing and strengthening his body. From his brain came a message from the system. Congratulations! Your vitality has been enhanced by 12 points, and your strength has been enhanced by 3 points. Whoa! Plus 12 vitality? This mutant king rat's red blood bead is really powerful. Yu Zhong could not help grinning in delight. Each of his 6 stats had their own use. Having more vitality would increase his rate of recovery when he is injured and made his rate of recovery much faster than normal men. Little Greenie eagle slept until late into the night. While it was sleeping, feathers began to drop from its body. Each feather was quickly replaced by new feathers that seemed to grow very rapidly. His body also seemed to grow bigger. After little Greenie eagle woke up, it opened its eyes and spread its wings. Then with a leap, it flew into the sky. Yes, finally it can fly. This is great. Yu Zhong was very happy to see that little Greenie eagle could fly. An eagle is a king in the sky. If little Greenie had continued to be a flightless bird, it would have lost its biggest advantage. Now that little Greenie could fly, Yu Zhong's forces had gained a powerful flying ally. Nobody noticed the moment when Yao managed to slip in beside Yu Zhong. She looked at little Greenie who was soaring happily in the sky, and she seemed to be lost in her own thoughts. Little Greenie circled several rounds in the air before landing beside Yu Zhong. It seemed to be rubbing its head against Yu Zhong and thanking him. Level 36 Mutant Green Feather Eagle. Have the ability to fly and rock-hard feathers. Yu Zhong's eyes of perception's ability allowed him to observe the changes to Little Greenie. After swallowing the crystal, Little Greenie immediately raised 10 levels, and its powers have increased exponentially. Yao Yao also raised her hands and stroked Little Greenie's feathers. After it had transformed, Little Greenie's feathers become very sensitive. When it sensed Yao Yao touching it, it immediately flapped its wings. Poor Yao Yao was sent flying for 5 to 6 m away and was covered in dust and soot. Being one of the mightiest creatures under the sky, Little Greenie Eagle was very proud. Other than its master Yu Zhong, it did not allow anyone else to touch it. Only if Yu Zhong commanded, perhaps it might allow others to touch it. Yao Yao crawled up from the ground. With her face full of soot, she stared daggers at Little Greenie Eagle. Little Greenie Eagle did not even put Yao Yao in its eyes as it continued to rub its head against Yu Zhong. After thinking for a while, Yao Yao walked up to Yu Zhong and asked in her little Lolita voice, "Please, can I ride Little Greenie and fly in the sky?" she pleaded. Yu Zhong looked into Little Greenie's eyes, and Little Green immediately shook its head. It did not like the idea of anyone other than Yu Zhong riding it. Mutant beasts were way more intelligent than normal animals. Although Little Greenie could not speak, it could understand human speech. Yu Zhong could only smile at Yao Yao and replied, "It is not willing. I also do not wish to force it." Yao Yao stared at Yu Zhong, and with a grumpy look, she pouted and exclaimed, "It is just an eagle only. I will definitely catch a bigger and better bird than it in the future." Then she ran off and quickly disappeared from Yu Zhong's sight. Little Greenie also flapped its wings and flew outside, and begun to feed on the corpse of the mutant rats. There were several thousand rats, and not all the mutant rat corpses have been moved into the vehicles. Chapter 167, Big Cliff Village. After all the food had been moved out Shanglin County Granary, both Yu Zhong's Stone Horse Village and Longhai Survival Camp men also breathed a sigh of relief as they went back to their respective villages. After Su Zhenggang returned to the survival camp, he was praised by his superior, Lei Sheng. Lei Sheng had noticed that Su Zhenggang had less men in his platoon, but he did not even ask about the death toll or injuries among Su Zhenggang's men. This made Su Zhenggang feel very upset. Since Lei Sheng did not ask, Su Zhenggang did not report that some of his men had defected to Yu Zhong's camp. Big Cliff Village is to the east of Stone Horse Village. Inside the village, there was a small-scale steel factory. As well, there were also a lot of enterprises that provided services that complement the steel factory, e.g., creating knives from steel produced from the factory, etc. One day, an IVF, 7 Dongfeng trucks, 5 Jeep vehicles, 5 military jeeps loaded with heavy gun stopped outside Big Cliff Village. "Alight quickly. You trashes better come down as fast as you can." Under Kong Tianyu's angry roar from the 7 trucks, about 100 men who were dressed in rags disembarked from the trucks. Besides each truck were several men who were armed with Type 79 assault rifles or Type 03 rifles. These guards stared at all the men who dismounted from the truck. There was a flash of contempt in the eyes of the guards. Several men carrying large number of machetes and shields threw these weapons in front of the 100 men who were dressed in rags. Although the number of steel workshops in Stone Horse Village could not be compared to Big Cliff Villages, it also had a few workshops that produced knives using the steel for Big Cliff Village. The machetes and shields in front of the men in rags were produced from these workshops. Kong Tianyu chuckled evilly as he stared at the men in rags and shouted, "Listen carefully, you scums. In accordance with the crimes you committed, you should be shot or beheaded already. But you are lucky that Captain Yu's team not only spared your worthless lives, but also waste precious food on you. He had allowed you to have food to eat and water to drink. Now is the time for you to show your worth." Immediately pick up the machetes and shields in front of you and follow my orders to kill zombies. Understand? After hearing Kong Tianyu's speech, each of these prisoners hesitating pick up a machete and shield from the floor. With the threat of several guns pointing at them, all of these men did not have any power to resist. These 100 or so men are prisoners from Yu Zhong's camp. Although these prisoners outnumber the number of guards, but compared to the threat of guns, IFV, and heavy firearms mounted on 5 jeeps, these men were still powerless to resist their captors even when armed with a shield and machete. Come here, you scums! Under the bellow of Kong Tianyu, the prisoners carrying a shield and machete assembled at a corner, waiting for further orders. The guards quickly spread out with and readied their guns. Several men also rushed forward and 2 large stakes into the ground. Then they tied several lines of wires to the stakes to create a trip-wire barrier. This barrier could be used to trip the zombies. Once the team are ready for combat, Yu Zhong commanded White Bones, "Go and draw these things out." The eyes of White Bones seemed to glow with an eerie light as it walked into the county. White Bone was covered with flesh blood. White Bones waved his massive axe, and like a whirlwind of destruction, beheaded zombies near the entrance of the village. Smelling the blood on White Bones, the zombies in the village began to move. But unlike previous experience where the zombies were let out in manageable waves, the zombies residing in big cliff villages could not be lead out in small groups. Instead, thousands of zombies residing within the town walked out from all directions and combined together into a massive mob as they charged towards the village entrance. After killing slightly more than 10 zombies, White Bone was forced to retreat under the mob of zombies. All these zombies were wearing tattered clothes, and their body had rotted. They shakily walked out of the village towards the men. Looking at the massive number of zombies that were chasing White Bones, Yu Zhong frowned. Looking at the 100 or so elite zombies charging towards him, he could not help feeling that someone or something was controlling these zombies. Yu Zhong's suspicions were based on his experience. Normal zombies would not attack all at once. Also, the elite zombies seldom grouped together. But seeing the horde of zombies and the elite zombies as acting together as one made him believe that someone or something was controlling these zombies. Over time, he learned to trust his instincts. His experience with the mutant rats was the best example. He believed that the mutant king rat was controlling the mutant rats, and he was proven right. Looking at the horde of elite zombies, Yu Zhong immediately retreated. At the same time, he launched a fireball towards a L2 zombie. The fireball hit the L2 on its head and blew it off. The L2 collapsed onto the ground. As for the 7S2, if these creatures did not close in on Yu Zhong had no way to kill them. They were too fast, and Yu Zhong's marksmanship skill was too low to shoot them accurately. As expected, the 7S2 were the fastest of the lot, and immediately rushed towards Yu Zhong in a zigzag fashion and attacked Yu Zhong from all directions. Their speed were insanely fast, and even the expert marksmen from Yu Zhong's team would be unable to accurately aim for them. Compared to the strength-enhanced L2 zombies, these S2 were more deadly. At the same time Yu Zhong was retreating, he shouted, "Little Greenie!" From the sky. A bolt of green color lightning struck down and immediately crushed an L2 zombie's head into pieces. The green color bolt of lightning was none other than Little Greenie. With a single strike, it destroyed an L2. Then it flapped its wings and flew upwards. A moment later, it became another bolt of green lightning as it charged towards another L2 and tore the head of the L2 off its body with its sharp claws. After having evolved, Little Greenie was now able to fully utilize the power of flight. Its claws and beak were extremely sharp, as befitting a level 36 beast. Although the L2 were powerful, it could not withstand a hit from these claws that could rip apart the scales of water python. Even though the L2 were monstrous strength-enhanced zombies, they could not fly and posed no threat to Little Greenie. Meanwhile, the 7S2 quickly caught up with Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong had fought these creatures before and knew that with his current speed, he could not hope to take them on. He immediately activated Shadow Steps, gaining a large boost to his speed. Then he charged towards a S2 zombie. There were two flashes of light as the S2 and Yu Zhong cross each other. For just a second, both parties stopped moving. A spray of blood erupted from the S2 brain as it collapsed onto the floor, while Yu Zhong stood victorious. In the brief exchange, Yu Zhong had beheaded the S2, but Yu Zhong had no time to relax. Such is the speed of the S2 that even being stationary for a second was enough for another S2 to launch an attack on Yu Zhong. Its claws threatened to rip Yu Zhong into shreds and were just a few centimeters away from him. Suddenly, Yu Zhong seemed to disappear into a wisp of smoke and reappeared behind it. Then there was another flash of light as another S2 was beheaded. The high-speed fight was almost invisible to the naked eyes of the soldiers. All they could see was a blur of movements and flashes of light as Yu Zhong's sword repeatedly slashed out. With each slash, an S2 zombie would collapse onto the ground, with its brain cleanly sliced open. In the span of a few breaths, the team of 7 S2 were completely annihilated by Yu Zhong. Super strong. So impressive. Kong Tianyu could not help admiring Yu Zhong. In the span of a few seconds, Yu Zhong managed to kill 7 S2 zombie. He was also an evolver, but he could not even take on a single S2. The speed of S2 zombie was too fast. Congratulations on reaching level 32. You have gained 2 points of stats. After killing the 7 S2, Yu Zhong gained massive amount of experience. This was enough for him to advance a level. Increase agility and stamina. Yu Zhong quickly made his choice. If not for the fact that he had continuously increased his agility, there was no way that he could handle 7 S2 zombies so easily. Chapter 168. Little Greenie Show His Might. After the ceasefire order, Yu Zhong was startled to see that the village entrance was still filled to the brim with zombies. From all corners of Big Cliff Village, zombies seemed to continuously crawl out, with no end in sight. WTF? Why are there so many zombies? Yu Zhong was frowning as he looked at the swarm of zombies creeping towards him. Zombies were usually distributed all over the village. Last time Yu Zhong brought people to raid Stone Horse Village, he would draw about 100 zombies out. Then the team will clear this wave of zombies before drawing out and clearing a second wave of zombie. In this way, each subsequent waves of zombies are slowly cleared, with minimum danger to his team. But unexpectedly this time, all the zombies in the village were drawn out, and the numbers posed a significant threat to his team. Other than the zombies that continued to pour out of Big Cliff Village, many of the zombies that were shot from the earlier round of fire also slowly climbed up from the ground again and shakily made their way towards Yu Zhong's team. Zombies were impossible to kill with bullets unless they were shot in the head. Unfortunately, most of the bullets hit the zombies in their body. Unlike humans who would be seriously injured by bullets, the zombies seemed to shrug off the bullets as they got up from the ground and continued to advance. All close combat team 1 members, follow me. Yu Zhong roared an order and led a team of 12 men as they charged into the zombie horde. Each of these men were clad in water python snakeskin armor and wields a Tang imitation sword. If his men were strong enough to fight the battle without his aid, he would be more than happy to direct the battle from behind. This would allow his men to gain even more experience. However, Yu Zhong's team was currently relatively weak. Each of these elite troops were all valuable resources. He must fight alongside them to give them the courage to fight, and in times of crisis, save their lives. Yu Zhong, White Bones, and the close combat team 1 members charged into the group of zombies, beheading a zombie with each strike of the sword. The close combat team members were all evolvers. Most of them had continuously poured their stats points into strength and stamina, making them unstoppable close-quarters combat, zombie killing machines. With enhanced strength, each swing of the sword would cleave through a zombie easily and occasionally hit the zombie next to it. With enhanced stamina, these fighters were able to continuously hack apart the zombies without feeling fatigued. In a short span of time, over 100 zombies have been destroyed. However, the tide of zombies were endless, and no matter how many they killed, there were more to replace these fallen zombies. It was like fighting a hydra. For each zombie that was beheaded, it was replaced by 2 more of its mates. Over time, even the elite close combat team members began to feel afraid and helpless. After all, their stamina was limited, while the horde of zombies were never ending. First combat team members retreat. After killing scores of zombies, Yu Zhong estimated that his team was reaching their limits and promptly sounded the order to retreat. He had no desire to risk the lives of his men. From the entrance of the village, more and more zombies emerged. The first combat team members only comprised of 12 men. Even though they were wearing water python snakeskin armor, they would be killed without a doubt if they were surrounded by the sea of zombies. These first combat team members were all at least level 7 evolvers. To Yu Zhong, each of these members were invaluable, and he would be heartbroken if even one of these men perished. After receiving the command, all the men in the first close combat team immediately retreated at the first opportunity. Yu Zhong and White Bones continued to hold back the tide of zombies to buy time for his men to escape. After ensuring all his men had safely retreated, Yu Zhong and White Bones were also preparing to retreat. At this moment, suddenly the zombie horde parted to make way for another group of zombies. To Yu Zhong's horror, there were 7 S2 zombies, 8 L2 zombies, 36 S1 zombies, and 43 L1 zombies rushing out towards him. Holy shit, even the zombies have someone directing them. Chapter 169. Yu Zhong quickly kept the items that the S2 had dropped and rushed back to his team. In front of Yu Zhong, there were still numerous S1, L2, and L1 zombies, in addition to countless number of normal zombies. As powerful as Yu Zhong was, if he was surrounded by the never-ending horde of zombies, he would be killed. Magic Team attack. Once Yu Zhong returned to the camp, he immediately shouted out an order. In raids against the zombies, Yu Zhong would sometimes receive magic skill books. He had passed these magic books to a team of 10 people and created a team of mages. These mages include Lu Wan, Guiyu, Chen Yao, etc. After the apocalypse, each of these skills were very valuable. To save on bullets, these mages who could launch only a single spell were also deployed on the battlefield. This will allow the mages to gain experience, orbs, and evolve. Each of these mage activated their magic and began chanting their spells. From the air in front of them, several runes appeared as it gathered the energy to launch the spells. Fire at will. Yu Zhong roared. Although magic was very powerful, but the time required to cast a spell was also relatively long. While the mages were channeling their spells, he also needed to stop the zombie horde from getting too close so that the mages will not be distracted. Once Yu Zhong gave the command, the men immediately let loose their ammunitions as a hail of bullets tore into the ranks of the zombies. Under the rain of bullets, several S1, L1, and normal zombies were like stringed puppets that had their strings cut and collapsed onto the floor. However, the L2 was built like a tank and continued to advance despite the bullet storm. Each bullet that hit the L2 were repelled and could not even slow its charge, with but one exception. The 12, 7mm heavy machine guns that were mounted on the top of the jeeps were able to penetrate the hide of these creatures. Each 12, 7mm heavy machine guns were able to shred a lightly armored jeep into pieces and have great penetrating power. Therefore, it was no surprise that the L2 zombies were unable to cope with the firepower. Cease fire. Seeing that the group of evolved zombies had been knocked down, Yu Zhong requested a ceasefire. All the men stopped firing. After the hail of the bullets stopped, more and more zombies emerged from Big Cliff Village. At the same time, all the evolved zombies that were shot got up again. These evolved zombies were much tougher than ordinary zombies. Unless you exploded their head, it is impossible to kill them. The 4 surviving L2 immediately got up. With massive strides, they charged towards Yu Zhong. However, the bullet storm managed to land lucky hits on several evolved zombies with headshots. At this time, Guiyu, Lu Wan had already finished chanting their spells. Fireball, Ice Cones, Earth Spike, etc. All these magic were focused on the evolved zombies, and managed to kill 8 of these creatures. Close combat groups, Team 2 and Team 3, rushed forwards with me. With a mighty roar, Yu Zhong led a team of 24 close combat team members into battle with the evolved zombies. Like the close combat Team 1, each of these men were wearing water python snakeskin armor and wields a Tang imitation sword. Although magic was very powerful, it also had a long cooldown. After launching a single spell, Guiyu and the mage team were unable to cast any more spells for that day. Unless they reach level 10 and change their class to a mage, it is unlikely that they could continue to cast more than a single spell each day. The evolved zombies clashed with Yu Zhong and his team of 24 men. Like an arrow, Yu Zhong sped towards a L2 zombie and pointed a stinger gun at the head of this creature. Then he pulled the trigger. With a bang sound, the L2's head was decorated with a new hole, and it collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. A mighty fist threatened to crush Yu Zhong into pieces as another L2 discovered his presence and raised his fist to smash Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong easily dodged the L2's fist as he stepped forward, pointed his stinger at the lower jaws of the L2, and busted its head apart. In the sky, little Greenie swooped down, and in a single swipe, managed to decapitate a L2 in each claw. 2 L2 lifelessly collapsed as their heads were ripped off their body. The 24 elite close combat team members were engaged in a fierce battle with the L1 and the S1. In the chaos that followed, some close combat team members were sent flying with each swing of an L1 fists. And some close combat team members were scratched by the claws of the high-speed S1. But many L1 and S1 were also killed by the close combat team members. Fuck, go and die. Kong Tianyu activated his skill, Enhanced Strength, and with a single swing of the Tang imitation blade in his hand, he managed to lop off the head of a mighty L1 zombie. But he had no time to relax, as a S1 immediately clawed at his left shoulder as soon as the L1 zombie was dispatched. Damn fucking bastard. Go and die. With a sinister smile, his blade immediately separated the S1's head from its body. The water python snakeskin armor protected him from the claws of the S1. Unless the S1 landed a hit on his head, it could not hurt Kong Tianyu. But in comparison to the S1, the L1 were of a much deadlier threat. Many close combat team members were sent flying by the L1. Under the might of his Herculean strength, Kong Tianyu was able to kill even L1 zombies with a single swing of his blade. Therefore, he was unafraid and charged towards the other evolved zombies. The rest of the team found that dealing with S1 zombie were relatively easy. They could use their body as a bait to draw these creatures closer before taking a swipe at them. With their water python snakeskin armor, the claws of the S1 could not even scratch them. But the L1 were a totally different story. They need to repeatedly hack at the L1 multiple times before they could lop off a single L1's head. In addition, the L1 attacks were very powerful and sent men flying with each hit. Many team members managed to land a hit on the L1 heads, but they were left open to the L1's retaliation strike and was seriously injured. If not for the water python snakeskin armor absorbing a massive portion of the impact, these men would have immediately perished. But once the level 2 evolved zombie had been cleared, Yu Zhong, White Bones, and Little Greenie turned their attention to the level 1 zombies. Under their combine attacks, the evolved zombies were quickly cleared out. 5 of Yu Zhong's team members were injured by the L1 zombies and could no longer participate in this battle. To be continued. Chapter 170. First Battle for the Prisoners of War. These evolved zombies were not so easy to deal with. Each evolved zombies had extraordinary abilities, especially the S-series zombies. If not for the water python snakeskin armor that protected the close combat team from the S-series zombie strikes, more than half of the men would already been infected with the zombie virus. But under the protection of the superior armor, only 5 men were injured. Retreat. After destroying the evolved zombies, Yu Zhong kept some of the items that were dropped by the evolved zombies in his spatial ring. Then he led the two close combat teams to retreat from the zombie horde. Little Greenie stood unchallenged in the sky as it picked apart zombies at its leisure. From time to time, it would swoop down and crush a zombie. Before any zombies could fight back, it was long gone, having flew out of reach of the flightless zombies. Not a single zombie could withstand its attack, nor could these zombies touch a feather on its body. Although the elite zombies had been destroyed, the ordinary zombies continued to stream out of every nook and cranny of Big Cliff Village. At first, it was a river of zombies as the streams of zombies merged together and filled a street with zombie. The rivers of zombies merged together on the main road to form a massive sea of zombies over 5,000 strong. After all the efforts that Yu Zhong and his team had expended, they had only managed to kill 600-plus zombies, a little more than a one-tenth of the zombie throng that were shuffling towards them. Although the route to Yu Zhong's camp were littered with the corpses of countless zombies, but the sea of zombies seemed to shrug off the loss of their kind as they continued to advance towards Yu Zhong's camp. Seeing so many zombies created immense pressure on the team. This was the first time that many of Yu Zhong's team members had seen such a massive number of zombies, and they were shaken. In the last encounter with zombies, Yu Zhong was able to lead the zombie out in groups of 100s, making the task much easier. But with 5,000 zombies walking shakily towards them, they could not help but tremble in fright. Having to fight 5,000 of zombies and 100 zombies were two different issues. In battles with groups of 100 zombies, they could afford to take a rest between fights. But in a tide of 5,000 zombies, the waves of zombies were unending, and there is no respite for these men. The elite marksmen in Yu Zhong's team had never stopped firing. Each hit would accurately blow apart a zombie's head. Although many zombies had fallen, it had no impact on stopping the mass of zombies from advancing forward. The zombies behind would step on the corpses of the fallen and continued to advance, slowly but steadily. Looking at the sea of zombies approaching them, Yu Zhong was alarmed, and he thought, "Looks like this time we will suffer a big loss." Seeing the hordes of zombies unceasingly getting closer and closer, Yu Zhong immediately commanded, "All teams, fire at will." Following Yu Zhong's order, all his men let their guns rip. Torrents of bullets washed into the sea of zombies. Under the side of the bullets, many of zombies that were at the foremost of the zombie tide were cut down. But the number of zombies were immeasurable, and the zombies were without fear. They continued to advance, regardless of their lives or the number of zombies that were scythed down by the bullet storm. Some of the fallen zombies picked themselves up from the ground. Yu Zhong's team was also expending their ammo at a very rapid pace. The sea of zombie at the back of the tide seemed to slam into an invisible wall of bullets as they advanced and were scythed down. In this way, a number of these zombies were temporarily held back and created a zone of fallen zombies in the front. Looking at the carnage, Yu Zhong commanded, "Stop firing. All the prisoner team advance." Yu Zhong must let his team conserve stamina so that they have the ability to continue to fight or retreat. Using the prisoners at this team will buy his team some time to regain their diminishing stamina. These prisoners shook uncontrollably and dared not advance. Kong Tainu angrily shook his fists at the prisoners and shouted, "Damn you bastards! You shitheads better rush forward. Otherwise, I will kill you with my own hands." The other men in the camp also pointed their guns at the prisoners. Their eyes were cold and devoid of emotion. If these prisoners dared not to obey the orders or attempt to flee, they will gun these prisoners down in cold blood. I will count to 3. If you don't rush forwards by the count of 3, then do not blame me for opening fire. 3, 2, 1. Kong Tianyu's eyes were cold as he looked at the prisoners who refused to budge. He stepped forward and with a swing of his sword, he beheaded one prisoner. A spray of blood splattered onto the faces of some of the horrified prisoners. Then he looked into the eyes of the rest of the prisoners and bellowed, "Charge out. Go now." Looking at the fierce look in Kong Tianyu's eyes, the prisoners also turned frightened. Nobody doubted that if they do not charge at the zombies, they would be killed immediately. Under the threat of death, these prisoners had no choice but to rush forwards. Perhaps Yu Zhong would let live if they kill enough zombies, but staying here would definitely result in their death. Wag high! As if this war cry of the prisoners gifted them with courage, they charged towards the zombies. One of the prisoners chopped down on a zombie that was struggling to get up, and with a swing, he chopped off its head. These ordinary zombies were very slow, and their bones were very brittle. Even an ordinary wooden club, as granted by the system, could smash apart these zombies. Therefore, the steel machetes were highly effective in decapitating the zombies. Although most of the prisoners fiercely fought against the zombies, there were some prisoners who were frightened out of their wits and tried to run away. Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 gunshots rang out, and the prisoners who tried to run away were gunned down. Kong Tianyu shouted out, "All who try to run will be shot without exception. Since they will definitely be killed if they try to run." The prisoners continued to hack at the zombies until their eyes turned red from bloodlust. They could only hope that if they killed enough number of zombies, they would be allowed to live. The number of prisoners were not small. There was close to 100 prisoners. As long as they overcame their fear, these normal zombies that were slowly climbing up from the bullet storm were not a match for these desperate men. The prisoners' frenzied attacks were highly effectively as numerous zombies fell to the machetes of these men. One of the prisoners was a massive one, 9M tall man, armed with a machete. His performance was extremely outstanding as he chopped down like a fierce tiger on the zombies in front of him. While most prisoners only hacked apart 2 or 3 zombies, he had killed over 5 zombies. Let these men retreat. After ensuring that each of these prisoners had at least killed 1 or more zombies, Yu Zhong then issued a command to Kong Tianyu. Under the system, men had limited stamina. Each kill would deplete their current stamina. Having killed a few zombies, their stamina had dropped a lot. If these prisoners had continued to battle, all these prisoners would be wiped out. After the apocalypse, each men were also valuable resources. Men are not solitary creatures. No matter how powerful a man was, there was a limit to how much he could do alone. Men could only survive this apocalypse if they worked together. These prisoners are all men with able bodies. Although they had committed crimes against humanity by engaging in torture, rape, murder, or cannibalism, Yu Zhong had no intent to waste their lives. Chapter 171, Attack on Big Cliff Village. Kong Tianyu shouted in a very loud voice, "All you scums, retreat!" Listening to the order to retreat, these prisoners discarded their shields and machetes as they ran back with all their speed. The shields were quite heavy, and discarding them would enable them to run faster. In this short period of time, they had killed 300+ zombies. Each man's stamina had dropped significantly. Their bloodlust had also withdrawn as they focused all their efforts on running. Earlier, they did not have a choice. It was either to kill the zombies or be killed by their captors. Therefore, they gambled their lives on killing as many zombies as possible and had a bloodlust. But now that they were given a chance to retreat, naturally they would choose to flee and hold back their bloodlust. Kong Tianyu roared a command at the group of prisoners. "All of you put your hands behind your head and squat down immediately. I will shoot all those that dare to run." If the men ran in a disorganized manner, they could escape, or in the worst case, rush into Yu Zhong's camp and to spread confusion and chaos. With the zombies attacking them, Yu Zhong cannot afford to have confusion and chaos in his camp. Under gunpoint, all the prisoners ran towards the area that Kong Tianyu had designated and put their hands behind their heads and squatted down. 3 of the close combat team members quickly examined the prisoners and dragged out 23 prisoners who were injured in the battle with zombies. They shot these prisoners at point blank. The sounds of gunfire and the deaths of their comrades made the prisoners trembled in fear, and they dare not move a muscle, and as they looked downward and behaved. Individually, normal zombies are not that scary. Their strongest threat to mankind is the zombie virus. These creatures are extremely slow and are only dangerous in overwhelming numbers. In a short skirmish, none of the prisoners were eaten alive by the zombies. However, There were approximately 1/4 of the prisoners who were scratched or bitten by the zombies and infected by the zombie virus. Since there is no cure for the zombie virus, Yu Zhong sent his men to kill these infected men. He did not want any prisoners to turn into a zombie and infect other prisoners. All close combat teams, follow me. Looking at the zombie horde that persistently creeped forward no matter how many times he mowed them down with gunfire, Yu Zhong finally lost his patience and gave the order for all his close combat teams to attack. The close combat team's members were more effective in killing zombies than gunfire. All the close combat team's members followed behind Yu Zhong as they charged towards the zombies. In the team of close combat personnel, not all of these men are equipped with Tang imitation sword. Yu Zhong do not have enough swords to equip each man with a sword. Therefore, some of these men also use the machetes. These machetes also easily cleaved apart the zombies. And the only disadvantage of using a machete compared to Tang imitation sword was that any zombies that were killed by a machete do not give its killer any experience orbs. These close combat team members hacked at the zombie in a mad frenzy. Yu Zhong and White Bones led the charge and cut down several zombies with each swing of their weapon. These close combat forces then engaged the zombies. The close combat forces team were comprised of evolvers who had killed scores of zombies before. Ordinary zombies have no way to bite nor scratch through the water python snakeskin armor that the close combat forces were wearing. These zombies are also relatively slow. As long as a close combat team member took care not to be surrounded by zombies and retreated before his escape route is cut off, the close combat team member is not in any danger. But the same cannot be said for the zombies. Each hack with the sword or machete will kill at least one zombie without fail. Meanwhile, the elite marksmen continued to burn their bullet supply as they continuously dropped zombies with each headshot. With the aid of a team of about 50 men, Yu Zhong's group finally managed to whittle down the number of zombies to a more manageable number. But each close combat team member seemed to be drained of stamina, as they were breathing heavily from just the effort of standing up. Only Yu Zhong and White Bones have the strength to continue to kill the zombies as the close combat team members are exhausted. But the few dozens of remaining zombies should pose no threat to either Yu Zhong or White Bones. As he cut down the last of the remaining zombies, Yu Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we won. These zombies might be level 1 creatures and are weak, but there were over 5,000 zombies. Even after several rounds of concentrated fire, the number of zombies remaining were still over 1,000 strong. The team of close combat fighters had managed to finish off these 1,000 plus zombies. However, their stamina had depleted to a very critical level. They were unable to continue to fight until their stamina had recovered somewhat. The group of 50 close combat fighters were way too small in number to deal with a massive number of zombies. This time, I had really underestimated the enemy, thought Yu Zhong as he stared at his men, who were perspiring heavily and panting. This time, Yu Zhong had only brought 1/2 of his troops to attack Big Cliff Village. This was because, having experienced the last clearing of villages, Yu Zhong thought that these men were more than enough to clear Big Cliff Village, and at the same time, increase the experience of his men. But he did not anticipate that there was a zombie controller in this village. If not for the fact that Yu Zhong had evolved many times, this raid would have ended up as a massive failure. What the fuck is controlling these zombies? Yu Zhong is suspicious and curious about the controller of zombies. He headed out alone with White Bones towards the village. Yu Zhong had evolved much more than his regular troops and frequently allocated points to increase his stamina. As long as he did not continuously use his active skills, his stamina would not deplete so quickly. Therefore, although his men could barely move, he was not tired at all. The town of Big Cliff Village was practically empty. Also, there was a trace of dark-colored blood at various places, but there were no more zombies inside the town. It seemed that I was right. There is something or someone controlling these zombies. Yu Zhong looked at the empty and silenced town, and he frowned. In a last raid against Stone Horse Village, although the zombies were drew out in waves of about 100 zombies, but the center of the village had a massive number of zombies. But this town's center did not even have a single zombie. This means that someone or something had controlled all the zombies in this town and forced these zombies to attack Yu Zhong's team. Having a mysterious zombie controller is not a good thing for Yu Zhong's team. If there was something or someone controlling these zombies, then Lei Sheng City, its name means Thunder River City, with its population of 100,000 zombies would be invincible, as there was nothing that could stop this massive army. Although the strength of the men in Yu Zhong's team were much stronger than the time when he raided Stone Horse Village, but the ammunition spent in this raid was several times the ammo used to capture Stone Horse Village. As well, each member of his team were more exhausted compared to the time they raided Stone Horse Village. A 100,000 zombie army was a very fearsome number. How much more ammo would they need to repel just a fraction of this army? Therefore, this zombie controller must die. It must not be permitted to escape into Lei Sheng City. Yu Zhong could not see any activity from the street where he currently was in. Therefore, he activated his combined armor defense skill and merged with White Bones. He launched a bone spike onto the ground and used a bone ladder created from the bone spike to climb onto the rooftop of a supermarket. Standing at the top of the supermarket, he had an unobstructed view of the scenery and surrounding landscapes. Although he did not have the 1,000 Li eyes ability that would allow him to see as far as 500 kilometers, but his vision is relatively good. Somehow, being an evolver had increased the range of his vision. At the east side of the village, Yu Zhong saw there were 8 L2 and 7 S2 zombies that were grouped together and fleeing towards the east side of the city, as if they were protecting someone important. Yu Zhong fired another bone spike into the ground and created another bone ladder to bring him safety back to the ground level. Once he landed on the ground, he immediately speeded up and sprinted towards the direction where he had seen the group of zombies. Yu Zhong had spent a lot of points of his stats on agility. As well, he is wearing various agility-enhancing items. The L2 might be strong, but they are relatively slow. Although the S2 are very fast, these creatures were guarding something. Therefore, the whole group moved at the speed of the slowest member, the L2. With Yu Zhong's speed, he quickly caught up to the group of 15 evolved zombies. Once he had caught up with the zombie bodyguards, Yu Zhong was able to see clearly that in the middle of the group of elite zombies, there is a single gray color zombie. This zombie is relatively small. Its limbs are very short, but its head is relatively big for its body. Its eyes are very long, and its mouth are very big and filled with sharp teeth. It sits on top of a massive L2 zombie as a man would sit on top of a horse. Chapter 172, Spiritual Attack. Level 40 Intelligence Enhanced Zombie Variant. Type 1 Commander Z1. As soon as the Commander Z1 zombie saw Yu Zhong, it uttered a sharp cry. The L2 that was carrying it seemed to increase its speed as the group fled. However, not all of these zombies fled. Like a ghost, 3 S2 zombies rapidly drifted towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong smiled at the 3 incoming S2 zombies. Then he suddenly accelerated and sprinted with all his might. He seemed to become a bolt of lightning as he charged towards the Commander Z1 zombie. As he passed by the incoming S2 zombies, there was a flash of light. Then he continued to chase after the Z1 zombie at full speed, ignoring the S2 zombies. Shortly after, the bodies of the 3 S2 zombies collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. The scariest thing about these corpses was that each of the corpses had no head. Then, as if answering the question of what had happened to the heads of these zombies, the heads landed a short distance away from their bodies. In a short period of time that the two parties had charged past each other, Yu Zhong had cleanly lopped off the heads of the 3 S2 zombies. Looking at the ease with which Yu Zhong had dispatched its guards, the Z1 began to panic. It cried out a call of distress. Following its cries, 3 massive L2 zombies turned away from the group and charged toward Yu Zhong. Each of these L2 zombies could withstand massive amounts of punishment before collapsing in permanent death. Their rock-hard muscles were capable of repelling most ordinary swords and bullets. Even Yu Zhong found it very difficult to use the Tang imitation sword to hack apart a single L2 zombie's head. These 3 L2 zombies were indeed very formidable opponents for Yu Zhong. Luckily for Yu Zhong, although these creatures were very tough, they were relatively slow compared to him. Looking at the 3 L2 zombies smashing apart anything in their way as they charged towards Yu Zhong began to frown. He immediately activated his skilled devil fire. In his right hand, an orb of devilish red-colored fire that could burn anything into ashes was formed. Taking advantage of his speed, he ran in front of a hulking L2 zombie. Before the zombie could react to him, Yu Zhong had already launched the orb of devil fire in his hands towards the head of the zombie. The devil fire was truly worthy of its name, as even the powerful and extremely tough L2 zombie's head was burnt into ashes. The power of the devil flame skill depended on Yu Zhong's spiritual power, stamina, strength, and vitality at the time of casting the skill. The stronger these 4 attributes were, the stronger the power of the devil flame. However, if Yu Zhong wanted to increase the power of the devil flame further, he could sacrifice more spiritual power and stamina to do so. Similarly, Ice King Zhang Yun was able to take advantage of this loophole to create a wall that was able to withstand the might of a 12.7 heavy machine gun. Normally, his ice wall could not last even a few rounds of bullets. But by expending a massive amount of stamina and spiritual power, Ice King Zhang Yun was able to strengthen his ice wall. By using the devil flame, Yu Zhong was able to one-shot kill an abomination L2 zombie. But this kill came at cost to him. He had expended 2 points of spiritual power and 2 points of stamina to do so. He had already tried to minimize the usage of devil flame by using it only to burn the head of the L2 zombie, instead of using it to burn the entire L2. Looks like I'll also need to increase my spiritual power, thought Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's body seemed to flicker as he temporarily disappeared and reappeared in front of one of the 2 surviving L2 zombies. With a devil flame in his hand, he burned the head of the creature into ashes. Then he repeated his movements and dispatched the last L2 zombie that charged toward him. Although he had managed to destroy 3 L2 zombies, he had squandered 6 points of spiritual power and stamina to do so. After obliterating the 3 L2 zombies, Yu Zhong had rushed in front of the group of the bodyguards. With a stinger gun in hand, he pointed the weapon at the Z1 zombie and pulled the trigger. At that exact moment when Yu Zhong was aiming towards the Z1 zombie dropped down from the body of the massive L2. As well, 3 S2 zombie appeared out of nowhere and used their bodies to block the bullet. The stinger gun blew apart the shoulders of an S2 zombie. Having missed his shot because of the interferences of the S2 zombies, Yu Zhong refused to give up. He stepped forward and attempted to chase the Z1 zombie. With a Tang imitation sword in his left hand, he beheaded an S2 zombie that was blocking his way. But he was greeted with the sight of a powerful fist smashing down towards him as an L2 zombie attacked him. One usage of Devil Flame later, the L2 zombie's massive body collapsed lifelessly onto the ground as its head was burned into ashes. The Z1 Commander zombie's eyes turned bloodshot at the carnage Yu Zhong was wreaking on its forces. It stared at Yu Zhong with eyes filled with unbridled fury. Then it focused and launched a mental attack at Yu Zhong. A wave of spiritual power discharged towards Yu Zhong. At this exact moment, Yu Zhong was blocked by an S2 zombie and an L2 zombie from advancing any further. The spiritual power hit the S2 and L2 head-on, and their head exploded from the impact of the spiritual attack. Although the 2 zombies in front of Yu Zhong bore the blunt of the attack, Yu Zhong was also not spared from this powerful attack. He felt as if his head was hit by a baseball bat. His world spun in circles, and he could have sworn that he saw stars circling around his head. He could not maintain his balance and collapsed onto the ground. The Mind Blast attack is an area of effect, AoE, spell, that does not distinguish friend from foe. It directly blew apart the brains of the zombies near Yu Zhong, and almost knocked Yu Zhong unconscious with a single blast. Seeing that Yu Zhong had fallen, three S2 zombies immediately rush up towards Yu Zhong, intending to finish him off. Three massive L2 also began to walk towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong was shaken, and his vision was blurry. He seemed to see double or triple of everything. He bit down hard on his lips until he was bleeding. The pain seemed to jolt his brain into working again as his survival instincts kicked in. Finally, he regained control of his body. His first action was to rapidly retreat. Yu Zhong believed that the Mind Blast had a limited range. If not, Yu Zhong would have already been hit with the attack from afar, rendering him unable to fight the first group of three S2 zombies that charged towards him. From the sky, little Greenie became a ray of green light as it charged down towards the zombies. A mighty swipe of its claw separated the head of an L2 zombie from its body. Yu Zhong was still feeling a bit groggy from the mental attack and was not as fast as before. The group of three S2 zombies were able to rapidly close in on Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong tried his best to focus and calm his mind. At that instant, when the three S2 closed in on him with their terrible claws swiping at his head, three bone spikes were launched from his bone armor and directly penetrated through the heads of the three S2 zombies. Their claws was but a few centimeters away from Yu Zhong's head when they lifelessly collapsed onto the ground. Yu Zhong was able to withstand the impact of the Mind Blast only because he had strong spiritual power. This ability was further augmented when he equipped several items that enhanced his spiritual powers. For instance, the white jade ring he had taken from the corpse of Ice King Zhang Yun had provided a massive increase of 6 points of spiritual power. Hence, he was able to partially resist the power of the Mind Blast. Although the Mind Blast attack had not blown apart his head, it still managed to make him feel highly disoriented and dizzy. He had managed to shake off most of the effects of the Mind Blast, and his condition had improved somewhat. After killing the group of S2, Yu Zhong stepped forward and pat his hands on the head of an L2. He was intending to use his devil fire to burn the brain of the L2 into ashes. But suddenly he felt a massive headache, and his spiritual power seemed to be drained and unstable. The devil flame did not appear. The L2 raised both its fist and smashed down towards Yu Zhong. Like a gust of wind, little Greenie appeared behind the L2 zombie. With its mighty claws, it lifted the L2 zombie off the ground as it flew upwards. Then it flew downwards rapidly and sent the L2 zombie smashing headfirst against the concrete floor. The poor L2 zombie's head and its upper body turned into a spectacular display of bloodletting as the floor around it shook from the impact. Yu Zhong had no time to worry about little Greenie. There was still 2 more L2 zombies that were charging towards him. He used his superior speed to apply behind one of the L2 zombies. With the stinger gun in his hands, he blew apart the brains of this L2 zombie. The last L2 zombie suddenly did something very surprising. It turned and tried to run. Normally, L2 zombies were without fear. Perhaps this L2 zombie was trying to rush back to carry the Z1 commander zombie away to safety instead of fighting. But how could Yu Zhong let such a good opportunity slip by? He pointed his stinger gun at the back of the zombie and fired 3 stinger bullets. Each stinger bullet had explosive penetrating power. The bullets tore through the back muscles and bones of the L2 and blew apart its brains. The L2 zombie collapsed in a pool of blood. But when Yu Zhong saw the shadow of the Z1 zombie leaping off from the L2 zombie arms at the exact moment he fired the stinger bullets, he understood why the L2 had ran instead of fighting him. For some strange reasons, all the commanders he had met so far were cowardly in nature. This included the Z1 commander zombie and the mutant king rat. Although the Z1 zombie had very short limbs, its speed was not slow at all as it scrambled off to safety. If the Z1 zombie had chosen to fight and launch another Mind Blast, Yu Zhong would be in trouble. But for some strange reason, the Z1 zombie had chosen to run and exposed its back to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong had no qualms about killing an enemy from the back. In fact, there was nothing he liked better. He grinned and activated Ice Cone's spell from his white jade ring. Runes appeared from the air around Yu Zhong, and a cone of ice flew towards the Z1 commander zombie. It tore a massive hole in the Z1 commander's body and proceeded to encase the body in a block of ice. A massive globe of experience flew from its body toward Yu Zhong. Congratulations! You have advanced to level 33 and have gained 2 stats points. Put all the stats points into spiritual power, groaned Yu Zhong as he rubbed his head. He was having a spitting headache. Once he made his choice, he could feel some spiritual power entering into his body. His fluctuating spiritual power seemed to be stabilized somewhat. Chapter 173, Spiritual Solidification. Yu Zhong walked up the corpse of a Z1 and found that the Z1 zombie had dropped several items. A skill book, a green color treasure box, and 200 system coins. Level 3 skill book, Spiritual Solidification. This skill is a passive skill. After learning this skill, your spiritual power will permanently increase by 10. Yu Zhong immediately opted to learn this skill. Instantly, in Yu Zhong's brain, there appears a new rune. Once this new rune appeared, Yu Zhong's headache seemed to magically disappear. The mild feeling of disorientation he had as a result of the mind blast also completely vanished. Looking at the massive head of this Z1 zombie, Yu Zhong took out his Tang imitation sword and chopped off its brains. He tried to examine if there were any blood-colored beads or crystals inside it. Just as Yu Zhong was checking the corpse, little Greenie flew down and with a peck begins to eat the zombie with relish. After several big gulps, it quickly swallowed the entire zombie. There is no evolution this time. Seeing that little Greenie had not evolved, he was feeling quite disappointed. He opened the green treasure box and bingo! Level 3 treasure, power gloves. Plus 10 to strength on equip. On the route back to the camp, he kept all the items that the elite zombies had dropped into his spatial ring. Once the Z1 zombie had been killed, the entire town had no further threats. Yu Zhong's men had also entered into Big Cliff Village and had began to look for survivors. While his men were busy searching for survival, Yu Zhong was greedily looking at the spoils of this battle. This time, the numbers of evolved zombies were relatively high. Therefore, the rewards were also much higher. Yu Zhong had managed to collect 63 white color treasure box, 3 green color treasure box, and 6 skill books. After opening all the treasure boxes, Yu Zhong found that he had 3 pairs of level 1 strength-enhancing shoes, 32 Tang imitation swords, 1 complete set of level 1 protective vest, 1 set of level 2 protective vest, 3 pairs of white color gloves, 1 level 2 Tang saber, 1 level 2 wand. As well, the 7 skill books include level 1 fireball, level 2 strength boost, level 1 ice cone, level 1 minor healing, level 2 high speed movement skill, level 1 accelerate skill. Level 2 treasure, Tang saber. This saber is much sharper and more resilient than the Tang imitation sword. Level 2 treasure, inferior wand. With the aid of the wand, spells that take more than 15 seconds to cast may save 1 second off the casting time. Level 1 accelerate skill. Using this skill will consume 5 points of stamina. After using this skill, the agility will be increased by 10 points for 30 seconds. Looking at the 32 sets of Tang imitation swords, Yu Zhong was very happy. With this I can create another 3 teams of close combat evolvers, he thought. Each evolver's combat powers and stamina is way stronger than normal humans. With strict training and more combat experience, it is very easy to create a team of special elite troops. Most of the white color treasure boxes that were dropped by ordinary zombies were empty. The drops were mostly taken from white color treasure box dropped by evolved zombies. Big Cliff Village had a much larger number of evolved zombies than Stonehorse Village. As a result, the number of treasure box that were dropped was much more than that of Stonehorse Village. Having a new Tang saber, Yu Zhong can finally let go of his Tang imitation sword. Although the Tang imitation sword were effective against normal zombies, it was ineffective against creatures with high armor, such as the snake mutant beasts or L2 zombies. If not for the fact that Yu Zhong had invested some points in his strength, it would not be so easy for Yu Zhong to kill the S2 zombies. With each successive evolution, the zombies not only increase in their primary stat, their skin and bones also harden, making them tougher to fight. The S2 zombies may not be comparable to an L2 zombie in terms of toughness, but these S2 zombies are almost as tough as an L1. If Yu Zhong had insufficient strength to behead an S2 zombie with a single hit, the battle against these zombies would be much harder. While Yu Zhong was busy looking into the spoils of war, the troops that rushed into Big Cliff Village had discovered many survivors. Almost all of these survivors were starving. The village that used to have more than 5,000 plus people had been reduced to less than 400 survivors. Of course, there were cannibals among the survivors who preyed on other humans. These cannibals were shot by Yu Zhong's men. For those who had committed other crimes against their fellow men, they were dragged towards the prisoner camp. The prisoner camp suddenly had 53 more prisoners. After considering the death toll from earlier, the total number of prisoners had a net gain of 20 plus new prisoners. Big Cliff Village had a steel factory. At the same time, there were many enterprises that used the steel from the factory to produce other items. Before the apocalypse, the steel factory and the coal power plant had massive amount of coal in their reserves. If there were sufficient men, it would be possible to restart the factory. During this time, Yu Zhong had repeatedly recruited men from Long Hai survival camp. In addition, he had assigned men to find survivors from the surrounding area. If you include this group of survivors from Big Cliff Village, he finally had close to 3,000 men under his command. After he had taken control of Big Cliff Village, Yu Zhong sent 1,000 of his citizens from Stone Horse Village into Big Cliff Village. He began to process steel, and used this steel to create more items that he deemed were useful, such as machetes, steel shields, barbed wires, sharp iron staffs, etc. The amount of steel remaining in Stone Horse Village was very little. Creating 100 steel shields and machetes had already used up a majority of the steel in Stone Horse Village. Therefore, Yu Zhong could only let his men create these primitive weapons and armors to arm the prisoners. Therefore, capturing the steel factory was of paramount importance in the eyes of Yu Zhong. A construction site in Big Cliff Village had been surrounded with barbed wire. In this place, various clothes had been placed on the ground. These clothes are the bed for the prisoners who were held in Big Cliff Village. There were 10 sentries keeping watch over the prisoner camp. If these prisoners try to talk to each other or try to escape, these guards were authorized to shoot and kill these prisoners. In this prisoner camp, a group of men clustered together as they complained about the harshness of the camp. Damn it, Big Brother Gao, these men are really too much. This time we went out and fought, 20 plus men died. If this continues on, all of us will die. A short, skinny man was complaining to the massive one, 9M tall giant man besides him. The tall giant just stared at the short, skinny man. With a voice as cold enough to freeze the surrounding air, he rebuked, Namlon Mingzhu, Pearl Namlon. Shut up. You know the predicament we are currently in. If the top brass hears what you have just said, you and I will be shot on sight. The big prisoner is named Gao Daqiang, Strongman Gao. Before the apocalypse, he was a farmer. After the apocalypse, he drifted along and worked for Bai Kaishan. As a man working under Bai Kaishan, he had also committed several crimes. After Yu Zhong destroyed Bai Kaishan, he was sent to the prisoner camp. Listening to Strongman Gao, Pearl Nalen began to shiver and seemed to shrink smaller as he hugged himself and curled up. He carefully looked around at the guards surrounding the camp, and his eyes shone traces of fear. Chapter 174, Strongman Gao. In Yu Zhong's base, the prisoners do not have any human rights at all. If the words of Pearl Nalen reach the ears of the guards, even if the guards shot him immediately, no one will say a single word. These prisoners also have no power to object to this treatment. If they try to revolt, the Type 79 assault rifles of the guards are more than enough to kill them all. In addition, there were 2 heavy machine guns mounted on vehicles that were pointed at the group of prisoners. Pearl Nalen had a stupid grin on his face as he tried to brush what he said away. It is a careless rant. Who is Strongman Gao? A guard walked into the camp and shouted out aloud. All the prisoners' eyes turned to look at Strongman Gao. Many of the prisoners who were sitting next to Strongman Gao also shifted their body as they tried to put as much distance between them and Strongman Gao as possible. Although his face turned white with fright, Pearl Nailan continued to sit next to Strongman Gao. Strongman Gao also turned pale. He clutched his fist and slowly stood up. He was perspiring heavily as he declared, "Me, I am Strongman Gao." To these prisoners, having their name called out is not a good thing. Not long ago, there were 20-plus men who were called out, and these men were all shot dead in front of the other prisoners. The soldier looked at his journal and shouted, "Today, Strongman Gao has shown his courage in battle and killed 7 zombies by himself. From now on, he is promoted to be a squad captain among you prisoners. The following prisoners are assigned to his squad with immediate effect: Pearl Nailan, Tiger Wong, etc. As a squad leader, for the period of 1 week, he will be given a piece of fish every day. We hope that he can quickly kill 30 zombies and win back his freedom." Pearl Nailan's eyes shone with happiness for his friend as he congratulated Strongman Gao. "Big Boss Gao, please take care of me." The 12 men assigned under his command all came forwards to offer their congratulations. From now onwards, he will be in charge of them. Strongman Gao was stunned by the announcement and could not believe his ears. But listening to the stream of congratulatory messages from his team woke him up from his stupor. He immediately thanked the soldier. "Thank you. Thank you." The soldier smiled and looked at Strongman Gao with eyes that were much warmer than the cool looks of the guards. "There is no need to thank me. I am just here to carry out Captain Yu's orders." The soldier continued to list out the names of prisoners who shown promise in fighting zombies, and promoted 10 prisoners into squad leaders and assigned team members to each squad leaders. All of these squad leaders gained the right to have 1 fish every day as a reward for their bravery. After announcing all the rewards, the soldier waved his hand, and several men pushed a trolley of food into the prisoners' camp. In the food tray, in addition to rice and buns, there were several pieces of fish. All of the prisoners looked at the fish, and their saliva dripped uncontrollably out from their mouths. After the apocalypse, food becomes scarce. Only the top brass in Longhai City could afford to have fish to eat. Most of the prisoners have not even tasted meat after the apocalypse. Today, when they saw the freshly cooked fish and the nice aroma that accompanied the dish, their mouths could not stop watering, and they could not help staring hungrily at the fishes. The soldier then shouted coldly, "All of you, come and get your food. You're not allowed to make any noise, and you're not allowed to jump the queue. If anyone is caught infringing these rules, you will be given 20 lashes of the whip and double the usual workload." After listening to the soldier's words, the prisoners all behaved themselves. They queued up in an orderly manner to get their food. The behavior of these prisoners was much better than their behavior before the apocalypse. Strongman Gao gathered a big bun, a bowl of porridge, and a steam carp and returned to his seat. Along the way, Strongman Gao could sense all the hungry looks of the other prisoners as they glanced at his fish. If not for the fact that there were guards manning the camp, and that he is relatively big and fierce compared to most of the men, there would be a lot of people who will attempt to snatch his fish. Pearl Nailan took a bowl of porridge and a bun and sat next to Strongman Gao. Like all men, he had not tasted fish for months, and with great difficulty, swallowed his saliva as he looked at the fish. Strongman Gao placed the fish between them and said, "Pearl, come here. Let's eat together." Pearl Nailan's face flushed with happiness as he thanked Strongman Gao repeatedly. Strongman Gao smiled and picked up a piece of steamed fish. In front of the envious men, he ate the fish and savored the taste. Although he was but a farmer before the apocalypse, he is not stupid. He understood that in order to take control of a team, he needs to take control of people's hearts. Only then will he have people who are willing to follow his orders. If his team refused to obey him, he would be nothing but a commander in name only. Having saved Pearl Nailan's life during the battle with the zombie and shared his fish with Pearl Nailan, Pearl Nailan is naturally willing to follow him. Our current population is 2,786 men. Stonehorse Village has 1,438 men, while Big Cliff has 1,348 men. Yesterday, the men managed to find another 87 survivors. Inside the Stonehorse Village, Guayu was wearing a white dress and was reporting the status of the village to Yuzhong. "We are still short of men." Sitting on the table, Yuzhong was frowning as he seemed lost in his thoughts. As a commoner without any government authority, it is very hard for Yuzhong to recruit more people, even if he used radio or TV, to broadcast his intent to recruit more men. The number of survivors who would come to him would be very small in number. The majority of the survivors prefers to go to Longhai Survival Camp, as they believe more in government officials. Although Yuzhong had been stealing people from Longhai Survival Camp and had tried his best to find more survivors in surrounding area, the number of people he could get is still very small in number. Without men, he could not build a stronger army. Longhai Survival Camp has more than 6,000 plus survivors and is getting more survivors every day. This made Yuzhong realize the power of just having a status as a government official. Chun Jiguan has sent a secret message. Longhai Survival Camp had issued an order to prevent us from recruiting more men to build a wall in our village. They also began to build a wall around their camp. Yuzhong's eyebrows raised as he said, "What? Let me see the report." Chun Jiguan had already become a trusted man who will provide Yuzhong with insider information in Longhai Survivor Camp. He is a local resident in Longhai Survivor Camp and well-versed in the ways of the city. He had been assigned to help Yuzhong recruit more men from Longhai Survivor Camp. Most of the men in Yuzhong's villages were recruited from Longhai Survival Camp. By banning him from recruiting more men, Yuzhong's plans for expansion had been greatly affected. Should I forcefully attack the Longhai Survival Camp? Yuzhong struggled with this decision. The presence of Longhai Survival Camp prevented Yuzhong from expanding his base. Although they had worked together in the past to raid the granary, it was more like this matter was of mutual interests. Right now, it is hard to determine if Longhai Survivor Camp is an ally or a foe. Chapter 175, Attack of the Zombies. In restricting Yuzhong from continuing to recruit survivors, Longhai Survivor Camp seemed to imply that they had already regarded Yuzhong's group as a possible enemy and is not willing to allow Yuzhong to continue expanding his forces. Yuzhong had considered attacking and taking Longhai Survival Camp many times and snatch all the survivors' food and equipment. But Yuzhong's forces were limited as a majority of his men were normal humans. In a battle, the strongest two groups of men are naturally the evolvers and the military. In a real war, the military group will be much more effective than an evolver. The military had taken control of all military weapons, including but not limited to IFV, cannons, rocket launchers, etc. Although Yuzhong had many militants who had defected to his camp, Yuzhong had no confidence that they would listen to his commands and attack Longhai Survivor Camp. After all, many of their friends are still in the Longhai Survivor Camp. Also, the Longhai Survivor Camp group is not weak either. There are more than 6,000 survivors in Longhai Survivor Camp. In addition to the military, there are still countless numbers of policemen, commandos, military police, and several factions with power. Even if Yuzhong tries to take them head-on, he does not have any guarantee that he will be able to win the war. But if he does not take control of Longhai Survivor Camp, he will need to leave at least half of his army to guard his camp. If he takes all his soldiers out with him on a raid, it is highly probable that the Longhai Survivor Camp will launch a sneak attack at his camp. All that he had worked to build up will be swallowed by the Longhai Survivor Camp. Similarly, Longhai Survivor Camp also feel threatened by Yuzhong's group. They also dare not to take any large-scale actions in the event that Yuzhong's group attack them when all their forces were engaged with the enemy. They could only send small teams of men to go to the surrounding areas to search for more food. Both parties are wary of each other and are placed in a difficult position by the presence of each other. At the same time, they're locked in a stalemate. Neither of them dared to use all their forces to try to recover surrounding villages. Looking at the pretty Guayu in front of him, he could not help feeling a bit better. "You air one? Come here," he waved. Guayu approached Yu Zhong and sat on his lap. Feeling the soft feeling of Guayu's body and the lovely smell of her fragrance as she slipped into Yu Zhong's arms, Yu Zhong felt very happy as he hugged Guayu. His troubles seemed to magically disappear. Yu Zhong hugged Guayu and slowly shared his troubles and frustration with her. "You air, Longhai Survivor Camp is becoming an eyesore to me. I am hoping to move my soldiers and take the city by force and remove this obstacle. What do you think?" After listening to Yu Zhong, Guiyu's big round eyes seemed to widen in surprise. As she smiled and replied, "Master, I feel that now is not the time to forcefully launch an attack. For Longhai Survivor Camp, there is only one man standing at the top, Chen Jianfeng. All we have to do is to assassinate him. Longhai Survivor Camp will be in chaos as each faction fights for control of the city. All we have to do is to grab the opportunity created by the chaos to attack Longhai Survival Camp. This will allow us to get what we want with half the effort." Listening to Guiyu, Yu Zhong's eyes also widened in surprise. He looked at the pretty and seductive Lolita in his arms. Never did he imagine that Guiyu would come up with this devilish plan. But this plan is really not a bad idea. The officials in Power Longhai Survivor Camp are corrupted and only care about their own powers. Only Chen Jianfeng and a few other officials are holding the fort by themselves. Also, Lei Sheng, the military commander, is standing at one side, waiting for an opportunity to strike. If Chen Jianfeng is assassinated, there will definitely be chaos in Longhai Survivor Camp as various factions fought for power. It is just that Yu Zhong did not expect that the pretty and innocent-looking Guiyu would come up with such a plan. Guiyu also looked at Yu Zhong. Her big pretty eyes did not even blink or show any trace of impurity. She had racked her brains to think of this scheme to assist Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong hugged Guiyu tightly and softly replied, "We cannot do that. Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu have strong ties to Chen Jianfeng. Ji Qingwu is also one of the generals under Yu Zhong. If he tries to attack Longhai Survival Camp, Ji Qingwu and Chen Yao will sit on the fence and will not help either party. But if these two girls know that Yu Zhong had ordered to hit on and assassinate Chen Jianfeng, they will not take this lying down and may attack Yu Zhong's camp instead. Only a few very loyal men from Yu Zhong's team will be comfortable with the idea of Yu Zhong assassinating Chen Jianfeng. But as for the rest of his men, especially the newly recruited men from Longhai Survivor Camp, it would be difficult to predict their reactions." Guiyu just smiled and said, "Then we have to wait for a chance." Lei Sheng is not willing to take orders from anyone, including Chen Jianfeng. "I estimated that we need not wait for long before he will stage a coup." Yu Zhong was playing with Guiyu's fingers, as he considered for a moment and agreed. "For the time being, we could only do this." Seeing that Yu Zhong had turned silent, Guiyu is like a cat, as she enjoyed the pampering that Yu Zhong showers on her. Yu Zhong is often busy and seldom have much time to be with her. If he is not bringing men to search for more food supplies, he would be among the marksmen to practice his shooting skills. They have very little time spent together, and Guiyu treasured each moment. Captain Yu, Chen Jiguang issued an urgent missive. The ghost shouted as he entered into the room without knocking. Seeing that Yu Zhong was hugging Guiyu, he turned beet red in embarrassment and stopped moving and shouting. Once Yu Zhong let go, Guiyu discreetly walked away from Yu Zhong's embrace with a hint of disappointment on her face. She stood beside Yu Zhong, and her presence was like a pure and flawless lily. The Go quickly informed Yu Zhong of Wiseman Chen's missive. Shanglin County has a huge army of zombies that was marching towards Longhai Survival Camp. Longhai Survival Camp has requested for help from us, and requests that we assign some soldier to protect the survivor camp. Yu Zhong raised his eyebrows and seemed to mull over this piece of news. Then he asked the Go, "How reliable is this piece of information? Has Chen Shirtu verified this piece of information?" Before the apocalypse, The population in Xianglin County has a population of over 100,000 people. It is much bigger than Qingyuan County, where the survivor camp is located. Although the number of people is lesser than Xianglin County, it is also easier for Li Jianfeng, too, to control the city. Killing 5,000 plus zombies in Big Cliff Village is already the limit of what Yu Zhong's party could do. If there were 100,000 zombies, Yu Zhong feels that this is mission impossible. A town has various ancillary facilities that were much better than that of villages. Yu Zhong also knows this fact, but the problem is that a town has insanely high numbers of zombies. Capturing a town will need a massive amount of ammunition. With the Longhai survivor camp watching at the sidelines, Yu Zhong dared not to lead his men to capture any town. De Gao quickly replied, Chunshur too has already verified that piece of information. There's indeed a massive throng of zombies that were making their way towards Longhai survival camp. Chunshur too is a very careful man. He would definitely confirm the information before reporting it to Yu Zhong. Chapter 176. Each day, there are several teams that head out of the village to search for materials or to hunt zombies. In this evening, as soon as the search teams returned to the camp, their team captain was immediately summoned to a meeting in Big Cliff Village's conference hall. This is the problem that we are facing now. I would like to listen to your opinion. In the conference hall, Guiyu reported the news that Chunshur too has sent to all the men. Kong Tianyu spoke very loudly. Captain Yu, we cannot send out soldiers. The Longhai survivor camp bastards dare to stop us from recruiting man, and they still expect us to send soldiers to save them? They think we are their servants? Kong Tianyu is a brave and mighty soldier. He is also loyal to Yu Zhong. This is the reason why Yu Zhong assigned him as the team captain for Close Combat Team 1. He had won the right to participate in decision-making process. De Gao Zi, Big Dog, also mulled over the question. Then he also gave his opinion. Captain Yu, I also think that this is not the time for us to send our soldiers to help out. I feel that the men from Longhai Survival Camp just want to use us as cannon fodder. If we go to rescue them, all the guns and bullets are all taken from our supply of ammunition. The men over there are ingrates. Even if we save them, they will also attack us at a later date. De Gao Zi is the quartermaster, and he takes care of supplies in the camp. Fighting the war in Big Cliff Village had expended a lot of supplies. Although Yu Zhong men had found some ammo in Big Cliff Village's police stations and armed forces, he still experienced a net loss, as the ammo found was less than the ammo he used to capture the village. Lu Yin also agreed. We should let them fight the zombies first. After the zombies had managed to enter the base, we can send people to save the survivors. At that time, those guys would know room for bargaining. Zhao Xing also spoke his mind. Captain Yu, there are over 6,000 men over there. Lei Sheng has a big military base and 7 IFV. They also built a wall. Even if they had a battle with the zombies, they should be able to last for a few days. After they could not hold on, it is not too late for us to send soldiers to help them. Seeing that about half of the team captains opposed sending reinforcement, Wu Guang, Lang Zi, and the men that Yu Zhong had recruited from the military faction in Longhai Survival Camp chose to keep quiet. But against the backdrop of protests, Chen Yao stood up and said, Yu Zhong, let's help. There are over 6,000 survivors in the Longhai Survivor Camp. If the zombies manage to break into the camp, 6,000 people will die. Although Chen Yao was disappointed with the high-ranking officials in Longhai Survivor Camp, but she was pretty concerned about the normal citizen survivors. Should the zombies manage to break down the walls, there will be countless numbers of death among these survivors. Yu Zhong mulled over Chen Yao's words and did not say anything. He looked at Qi Yang and asked, what do you think? All the eyes in the conference hall were on Qi Yang. They all knew that Qi Yang is Yu Zhong's best friend and buddy. As the first search team captain, he is often in the front lines of battle, and he found a lot of food and other supplies. All the men also acknowledge his leadership and the value of his words. My view is that we should help. Qi Yang explained. Our relationship with Longhai is intimately interdependent. After the Longhai survivor camp, our village has the most survivors. After the zombie horde had destroyed Long Hai Survivor Camp. It is highly likely that their next target will be us. Once the Long Hai Survivor Camp is destroyed, we also find it hard to find more people to defend our bases. We have less than half the number of people in Long Hai Survivor Camp. It will be very tough for us to face the zombies by ourselves. After the apocalypse, the worth of a man's life is cheaper than that of ants. The strong bullied the weak and killed wantonly. A weak man who did not act accordingly to circumstances will be killed by the strong. But at the same time, men is also a valuable resource. Without men, it is not possible to use the machines to create more weapons. Without men, there will be no soldiers. Man could not survive alone. Having enough man is required to prevent others from attacking. Therefore, after the apocalypse, it could be said that the value of a man's life could be cheap but valuable. The Long Hai Survivor Camp of 6,000 plus men is to Yu Zhong a big piece of fatty meat. If he could swallow this up, his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Yu Zhong slapped his palm on the table and announced, "I have decided. We will bring our soldiers to help. Kong Tianyu, Lu Yin, Xiao Ming, Wu Guang, Zhao Xing, Ji Qing Wu, Lang Zi Team, Wang Shuang, Chengyu Squad, all follow me to Long Hai Survivor Camp. The rest of the men remain on guard here. In my absence, Qi Yang will be the commander. De Go Zi, please prepare the required material. We will set off tomorrow morning." Qi Yang also said, "Yu Zhong, let me go to the Long Hai Survivor Camp with you. There are over 100,000 zombies that will be attacking the survivor camp. Among the 6,000 plus survivors, less than 2,000 of them dared to fight with the zombies. In addition, the various powers in the survivor camp are not united. They fight as much among themselves as they fought zombies. This time, Yu Zhong will be bringing 6 squads and all the prisoners. Even then, the number of men does not exceed 400 men. He not only need to navigate the sea filled with treacherous politics among the various powers in Long Hai Survivor Camp, but also face the might of a 100,000 strong zombie army. Any mistake on his part will result in death." Yu Zhong immediately rejected Qi Yang's request. "No, you can't. Qi Yang, it is not easy for us to come this far. We cannot stop the reconstruction efforts in Big Cliff Village and Stone Horse Village. We must continue to clean up zombies so that we can return things to normal. I need you here." Listening to Yu Zhong's decision, Qi Yang kept quiet. He had been buddies with Yu Zhong for so long. Of course, he knows that Yu Zhong will not change his mind once he made a decision. "All of you go back and rest. Dismiss." After concluding the meeting, Yu Zhong returned to his villa. "I also want to go with you the survivor camp." Once he returned to the villa, Lu Wen, who had kept her silence throughout the meeting, suddenly hugged Yu Zhong and made this request. She wanted to be with Yu Zhong in this difficult period. Zhang Xian was wearing a sexy black underwear and was massaging Yu Zhong's legs. Before the apocalypse, she often watched dramas about the struggle for power among the king's concubines. She knew that she is not very important in the heart of Yu Zhong, at least not when compared to Lu Wen and Guayu, and hence behaved herself. Guayu was sitting to the right of Yu Zhong and just listened attentively to their conversation. "No way. It is too dangerous." Lu Wen was not satisfied with Yu Zhong's answer. "I know how to cast offensive spells and also can heal. I also have evolved to level 7. Why can't I go with you? Didn't I also help out during the raid against Big Cliff Village?" Yu Zhong really lacked people who can fight the zombies. As the leader of the team, he is often fighting in the front lines. Guayu, Luo Wen, Chun Yao, etc. All these female mages in training will occasionally take part in battles as well. On one hand, they can kill more zombies and gain more experience to evolve. On the other hand, they can help to conserve bullets. Yu Zhong explained, "This time, what we are experiencing is different from the time we attacked Big Cliff Village. This time we are not facing several thousands of zombies, but rather over 100,000 zombies. If we are not careful, all of us will perish. This is too dangerous." Chapter 177. Entering the city. 100,000 zombies and several thousand zombies are completely different concepts. and these 100,000 zombies are organized. The Z1 commander zombie in Big Cliff Village that organized several thousands of zombies had already given Yu Zhong a lot of pressure. A 100,000 strong zombie army, with organization and hierarchy, would be even more formidable. Lu Wen pouted and asked, "Then, why can Ji Qingwu go with you?" Yu Zhong pinched Lu Wen's cheeks and replied, "You also know about Ji Qingwu's strength. She can protect herself in a zombie horde. Even if she met with any danger, she is able to escape it by virtue of her skills. That's why I allowed her to come with me." Ji Qingwu was skilled in using the sword. After joining Yu Zhong's team, she often took the initiative to bring men to search for more food supplies and constantly gained experience and evolved. Right now, she is the third strongest in Yu Zhong's team. "Let's sleep." Yu Zhong bent down and kissed Lu Wen and Guiyu on their forehead and immediately closed his eyes. Although he had 3 beauties in his arms, he did not have a mood to engage in sex. He needs to conserve his stamina and energy for the events that will soon happen. Guiyu, who was sleeping beside Yu Zhong, kept looking at Yu Zhong's face. Power. If I have sufficient power to fight in battles besides him, how great would it be? The next morning, 2 IFVs, 5 military jeeps with artillery guns, a machine gun car installed with a Type 14, 7mm dual-mounted machine gun, 7 trucks, 10 Hummers, a large tanker, and 6 converted buses drove towards Longhai Survivor Camp. From the sky, little Greenie was using its sharp eyes to keep a lookout for potential hazards. This time, Yu Zhong took more than half of his elite forces and half of his ammunition supply to Longhai Survivor Camp. An army that is greater than 100,000 zombies is no joking matter. If there are insufficient preparations, most his elite forces will end up dead. Of course, Yu Zhong is not so stupid as to offer his forces for free. He requested for the control of the North Gate in Longhai Survival Camp. All his men smoothly made their way into the Longhai Survival Camp. But in Phoenix Street area, the Longhai Survivor Camp had deployed 5 IFVs in that area. As well, sandbags and barbed wires were formed to make a makeshift barricade. There were many soldiers standing guard over that street. The area outside of Phoenix Street has been rezoned to make way for Yu Zhong's troops. The Longhai Survivor Camp may be using Yu Zhong's forces, but at the same time, they also need to protect themselves against Yu Zhong's forces. If not for the fact that there were massive numbers of zombies walking towards the camp, the authorities in charge will never agree to let Yu Zhong bring soldiers into the Longhai Survivor Camp. As soon as Yu Zhong disembarked from the vehicle, he immediately looked for Chun Shirtu and asked, "What is the situation now? Quickly tell me whatever intelligence you have on the movement of the zombies." Chun Shirtu's eyes were bloodshot. For the last few days, he had not slept well. As soon as Yu Zhong asked, he immediately replied, "The zombies are moving towards us, but their speed is very slow. If they continue to approach us at this pace, I estimated that they will reach here in about 10 days. Listening to Chun Shirtu's words, Yu Zhong could not help raising his eyebrows. Xianglin County is about 100 kilometers away from Longhai Survivor Camp. Although these zombies' movement speed is very slow, they are able to move continuously nonstop around the clock. They do not need to rest, nor do they feel tired. Yu Zhong could not help being skeptical that the zombies need 10 days to reach Longhai Survivor Camp. Yu Zhong looked at Chun Shirtu and asked, "How many able-bodied survivors have you recruited?" Chun Shirtu replied, "400 men." After getting news of the movement of the zombies from Xianglin County, Chun Shirtu immediately started a mass recruitment for all able-bodied men. After some training, they would be able to fight against the zombie. After the apocalypse, man and woman are both valuable resources. C1. The women represent mankind's future. The men represent mankind's present. Women can do what men cannot do. They can give birth and increase the population of humans. Without women, humanity has no future. Men could not increase their population and humans will die out. Men are naturally stronger and more aggressive than women. Hence, this usually makes men more suitable for fighting than most women. At present, Men are needed to fight, and Chun Shi too naturally recruited the stronger and able-bodied men. Yu Zhong replied, "Make arrangement for these men to eat, then begin training as soon as possible. If you need more equipment, request it from Wang Xuan. When trained, 400 men is a powerful weapon against zombies." Chun Shi too replied, "Understood. Tonight, there is a gathering in the Special Administrative Region. Various factions and powers in Longhai Survivor Camp will attend this gathering. Lei Sheng had sent an invitation and hope you can attend. They said the purpose of this gathering is to discuss the zombie invasion. Noted, please let someone inform them that I will be on time." Yu Zhong walked towards little Greenie and mounted it. Although little Greenie cannot be compared to its parents, it is also a massive mutant beast with a wingspan of 15 m. It is not a problem for it to carry a man. Yu Zhong patted little Greenie on its back, and little Greenie immediately flapped its wings and soar up towards the sky and head in the direction of Shangling County. Chun Shi too could not help looking at Yu Zhong with envy. He also wanted to have such a magnificent beast. Then he turned around and walked towards the 400 men he had recruited. 400 survivors were gathered in an empty field. Each of them had a bowl of porridge in one hand and a bun in the other hand and was eating their meal. Chun Shi too walked in the front of these men and coldly shouted, "You have 30 seconds to finish your meal and then assemble here immediately." After Chun Shi too's announcement, the 400 survivors immediately wolfed down their bun and washed down the bun with the porridge and assembled. After raiding Shanglin Granary, the lives of all survivors did not improve by much. The relief gruel was a bit thicker, but that all. Raiding Shanglin Granary had provided very rich return for Longhai Survivor Camp. They have accumulated a lot of food, and even 1/4 of their gains from Shanglin Granary is enough for 10,000 people to eat for 2 years. But after the apocalypse, all the seeds could not germinate. To ensure that humanity can survive for a longer term, Longhai Survivor Camp did not distribute the food for all the survivors. And there are some people in positions of power who felt that if the survivors are well fed, it will become much harder to control them. It is no wonder that most of the survivors in Longhai Survivor Camp are hungry and dressed in rags. Having good food to eat, the bun and porridge are so much better than gruel, is a blessing for these survivors, and they will not easily let go of this marvelous opportunity. Chun Shi too waved his hands, and several men carried in carts full of machetes and steel shields. There is a small mountain of these products. There are 400 machetes and 400 shields. These items were all created from Big Cliff Village. From the first day that Yu Zhong had conquered Big Cliff Village, the steel factory has been churning out all sorts of weapons and armors, and have not stopped production. Chun Shi too shouted, "Each of you come and get 1 machete and 1 shield." All the survivor was surprised to see these items, but all of them stepped up to get their machetes and shields. It is much nicer, right? Your mums, sisters, and wives or girlfriends will be proud of being a woman. For those critics who want to yell at me for making this change in my translations and not just translate the author's words as it is given, remember this. If you want more updates and faster releases, do not piss me off. When I am angry, I take long breaks to cool down. This means you wait longer for a chapter or have fewer chapters a day. I have no problem with discussions, correction of my typo, and poor grammar, etc., but I do have problems with rude, insensitive remarks. Equals 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 equals. Chapter 178, Investigation. Chun Shi too announced. Some of you might have guessed. We are allocating machetes and shields to you because we want you to fight against the zombies. If you do not have the guts to do so, put down your weapon and your shield and walk out of here. From this moment onwards, you have nothing more to do with us. But if you are willing to fight against the zombies, I will guarantee that each of you will have enough to eat and you also have a chance to earn meat to eat. After listening to Chun Shi Tu, many men among the 400 survivors turned pale. The machetes and shields in their hands dropped to the floor as they shook uncontrollably. Fighting with zombies is not that easy. These zombies look horrible, and there is a high chance of being infected with the zombie virus. One hit is all it takes to turn you into a zombie. One survivor threw down his machete and shield and walked out. Even if he could have more food to eat, he also refused to fight against the zombies. This is especially true if he is armed with just a machete and a shield to fight. As if the first man leaving the camp had opened the floodgates to leave, one by one, more and more men chose to leave the camp. After a short while, over 200 men have chosen to leave. Only 100+ survivors remain. The most important aspects of this team were courage and guts. Without courage and guts, it is impossible for these men to fight. If Yu Zhong has more time, he will not allow a single man to leave this camp. He will make sure that all of these men will be brave and willing to fight the zombies. But at this moment, time is what Chun Shi Tu lacked the most. Slowly but surely, these zombies are coming. Right now, he can only let those without guts to fight to leave his camp. Those who left are all survivors that joined Longhai Survivor Camp relatively recently. They had not experienced hunger for a long, and still believes that the authorities will not ditch them and will provide help to them. But the men who stayed are all pioneers who had stayed in Longhai Survivor Camp for a long time. They were already so hungry and oppressed until they could not withstand the hunger. As long as there were food for them to eat, they were ready to do anything. If forced into a corner, a human will show extraordinary strength as he retaliates. However, if given a choice, almost all men will not choose to fight with their lives on the line. Now that these men had experienced hunger and were cornered by the authorities, these men were willing to fight. To kill zombies in exchange for food? Not a problem. Dying in combat is so better than dying of hunger. Chun Shi Tu looked at the 100+ remaining men and said, "Excellent. Now swing your blade downwards 100 times." All the 100+ remaining men began practicing swinging their machetes. Chun Shi Tu was assigned as the trainer for these 100+ men. He was the best hunter in Chun family village and have experienced numerous battles with Yu Zhong with his Tang imitation sword. This gave him some knowledge of using a saber. Although his skills are not as good as a master of a saber, but he had no problems teaching new recruits the correct way to swing their machetes for maximum impact. After the last survivor who refused to fight the zombies had left the camp, Wang Sheng walked toward the man who was recording down the details of these survivors and asked, "Did you record down their name and particulars?" "Yes, sir. We had recorded all these information already." Wang Shuang had a cold look in his eyes as he said, "Very good. These cowards. When we recruit more men, make sure we don't recruit these rubbish." Wang Shuang was one of the men who had followed Yu Zhong since the apocalypse. His combat ability and qualifications was considered mediocre. But after experiencing the harsh and cruel world after the apocalypse, his mindset and personality slowly changed, and he had managed to evolve to level 9. Understood. Meanwhile, in the skies equals. Yu Zhong was seated on little Greenie's back and soaring freely in the sky. Being able to fly is a dream for many men. But the feeling of flying on the back of a great eagle is far from the ideal landscape of freedom that was painted by false expectations and imagination. In reality, little Greenie is very fast. In the sky, hundreds of meters away from the nearest land, the wind resistance was like hundreds of blades of knives cutting into Yu Zhong and threatened to push him off little Greenie's back and fall to his doom. Even with Yu Zhong's strengthened body, he also felt very pressurized by the wind resistance. Yu Zhong lay down on his front to minimize the wind resistance and gently patted little Greenie and said, "Fly slowly, please." Little Greenie understood Yu Zhong's words and slowed down and leisurely flew towards the direction where Shanglin County lay in. After about 2 hours, Yu Zhong was able to see the army of zombies. From Shanglin County, the army of zombies was as thick as ants, and there seemed to be no end to the number of zombies. From the sky, It looked like a massive black-colored tidal wave that was slowly moving forwards, destroying everything in its path. In the land where the tide of zombie had moved over, it was eerily empty. There was no sound of insects, no mutant beasts, nothing at all. All that remains were bones of various beasts and blood-stained ground. In front of the massive, colossus army of zombies, all the mutant beasts in front of the army could be seen fleeing in all directions. From the zombie horde, hundreds of speed-enhanced S1 and S2 zombies broke apart from the zombie tide and hunted down all the fleeing mutant beasts. And they ate these creatures. Not all mutant beasts choose to run, although some chose to fight. After all, the normal zombies that made up the bulk of the army were only level 1 and were much weaker than them. A mutant bull was charging among the zombie horde and sent several zombies flying with its stampede. After sending about 10 zombies flying, its horns impeded itself onto the massive body of an L2 zombie. The massive L2 smashed its fists on the head of the mutant bull. The impact of the force smashed a dent in the thick skull of the bull and crushed its brain, killing it immediately. Once the mutant bull is dead, the normal zombie swarmed upon on the mutant bull's body as if they were files attracted a corpse and began to eat it. In a short while, only the bones and the blood spilled on the floor were all that remained of the mutant bull. A mutant cat beast with a body like a leopard was constantly hunting down as many normal zombies as possible that had wandered into its territory. Each bite or claws would kill a zombie, and it would retreat immediately after each hit. The normal zombies had no way to stop the hit-and-run tactics employed by the mutant cat. They were far too slow to keep up with its speed. Suddenly, 7 S2 zombies rushed out from the zombie crowd, and with their terrifying claws, made short work of the mutant cat. In no time at all, the mutant cat joined the mutant bull as nothing but a pile of skeleton and pool of blood. As the zombie horde passed by the river, a water python emerged from the waters. It began to swallow the zombies and help itself to a feast. The normal zombies could not even scratch its scales as it wreaked carnage on the zombies. To the water python, the zombies are like snacks to be enjoyed at its leisure. From the zombie horde, 60 S2 zombies each held H1 zombie went high above the rest of the zombies. The 60 H1 zombies opened their mouths, and 60 balls of fire blew apart the head of the water python. It collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Although the water python scales may be immune to the attacks of normal zombies, the scales could not withstand the might of H1 fireball. A massive horde of zombies rushed up and devoured the water python. In a few minutes, all that remained are some bones and some scales. This is bad. If we engage these zombies in a battle, we need to destroy all the H1 zombie at the earliest opportunity. Yu Zhong was worried about his subordinates after witnessing the death of the water python. Even a massive and powerful water python mutant beast whose scales are immune to most physical attacks also ended up being nothing more than food for the zombies. His subordinates, who were dressed in water python snakeskin armor, would also be unable to withstand a single hit from the H1 zombies. Yu Zhong patted little Greenie and requested for little Greenie to fly lower. Little Greenie flapped its wing and immediately flew down towards the H1 zombies. From the sky, a fireball spell and a cone of ice runes suddenly appeared. In the next moment, a fireball and a cone of ice was launched and hit 2 of the H1 on their heads and killed the 2 H1 in one hit. Chapter 179, Banquet. Having killed the 2 of H1, Yu Zhong took out his stinger gun and fired 3 shots at the H1 below. In moving at high speed on top of little Greenie, Yu Zhong's accuracy was significantly affected. Of the 3 bullets he fired, 2 of these bullets ended up hitting the L2 zombies, 1 that were supporting the H1 zombies. Only one of these bullets managed to kill an H1 zombie. Seeing that his accuracy had been affected, he waved his hand and kept the stinger gun. From his hands, several hand grenades appeared, and he tossed them towards the group of zombies without a thought. Bomb! Bomb! One explosion after another continuously resounded from the area, and 7 to 8 H1 and L2 were torn apart by the blast. After tossing about 7 to 8 hand grenade, Yu Zhong's danger sense triggered. He immediately patted little Greenie and roared, "Fly upwards with all your speed." Little Greenie flapped its massive wings and seemed to tear through the sky as it flew into the clouds. After little Greenie has flown into the cloud, several H1 zombies were also hosted up by L2 zombies and aimed towards the direction Yu Zhong escaped in. This time, there were about 50 of these H1 zombies. If little Greenie were to be hit by 50 fireballs, it would also be killed instantly. So hard to kill. If only we have a bomber plane, that would be much easier. In the clouds, Yu Zhong frowned as he looked at the sea of zombies. The zombies were packed tightly together. Before the apocalypse, several bomber planes with heavy bombs could easily blow these zombies into oblivion. But let's not mention bomber aircraft. Yu Zhong did not even have an armed helicopter. Yu Zhong did not continue to toss out his hand grenades. After the battle with the mutant rat horde, his supply of grenades has dropped by a lot. He was unwilling to waste these valuable explosives on the regular zombies. Yu Zhong was lying flat on little Greenie back as he observed the zombies' movement. He finally found a reason for the slow movements of these zombies. The sea of zombies did not make a direct beeline towards Longhai Survivor Camp. Rather, they walked towards the surrounding villages. For each village the zombies passed over, all the zombies in that village would shakily walk out and join the zombie army, making the number of zombies increase significantly with each village passed. The zombie horde was moving so slow because it continuously gathered more and more zombies from the surrounding area. If this continues after 10 days, the number of zombies we face will definitely be a lot more than just 100,000. Looking at the number of zombies that crawled out of each village to join the sea of zombie, Yu Zhong felt very depressed. Although the zombie tide may be very slow, the general direction of its movements seemed to indicate that it is moving towards Longhai Survivor Camp. Yu Zhong estimated that at most, it will take 10 days for the zombie to arrive. Where are the Z series of zombies? From the sky, Yu Zhong kept a sharp lookout, trying to find the Z type of zombies from among the sea of zombies. But the Z series of zombies are short, and there were like 100,000 zombies. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. After a fruitless search, Yu Zhong directed little Greenie back toward Longhai Survivor Camp. Along the way, he grabbed the opportunity to observe the surrounding landscape. To fight in any war, the timing, geography of the land, and the men are three important factors. The geography is of particular importance. Throughout Chinese history, many generals have used the terrain to their advantage to win a battle, even though the enemy troops outnumbered them. Yu Zhong had not been to these locations before. Therefore, he wants to observe the surrounding lands as he made his way back to Longhai Survivor Camp. That night, Yu Zhong brought Ji Qingwu and Cheng Yu through the deadlock in Phoenix Street into the special administrative area to attend the banquet. Once he reached the outskirts of the villa where the banquet was held in, Cheng Yu seemed to vanish into the shadows. He is an assassin. The darkness his best protection. His sneak attacks from the darkness are 10 times as efficient as ordinary men. Under the canopy of bright lights, many sharply dressed waiters and waitresses in clean and neat uniforms were shuttling among the banquet and serving the guests. Smartly dressed men in suits and women in gowns formed a small circle as they chatted among themselves, while holding glasses of wine in their hands. In the middle of the hall, there was a long table filled with fruits, cakes, pastries, salads, drinks, and a variety of meat dishes, and about 24 vegetarian dishes. The scene inside the villa makes it very hard for anyone to imagine that they were living in a post-apocalypse world. The lavish feast seemed to ignore the fact that in the fields, seeds could not germinate, and there was a severe food shortage. The world inside the brightly lit villa is in stark contrast to the lives of the survivors outside the villa, where there was a widespread lack of food and many survivors were wearing rags. Things were so bad that many women were willing to prostitute themselves for a slice of bread. Yu Zhong, you arrived. Once Yu Zhong entered the villa, a handsome man by the name of Gu Yin's eyes seemed to shine as he walked towards Yu Zhong. Gu Yin, he stopped in front of Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong was wearing a simple warrior outfit, and a tang saber hanging from a scabbard attached to his waist. Besides him stood the ever-lovely and beautiful Ji Qingwu. Gu Yin's eyes seemed to flash with mixed feelings as he smiled and said, "Isn't this Ji Qingwu? Yu Zhong, is she your girlfriend? You are really accomplished." Ji Qingwu is the dream woman for many men in Longhai Survivor Camp. Ji Qingwu and Chun Yao are also residents of the Special Administrative Region. The spoilt, wealthy men from the Special Administrative Region naturally know about this beauty. Yu Zhong just returned the smile and replied, "It a pity, but you guessed wrong. We're just good friends." Ji Qingwu's eyes seemed to flash with a strange light, but she did not say a word and quietly stood beside Yu Zhong. Gu Yin, he smiled as he led the two guests towards a corner of the Great Hall. Ji Qingwu was dressed common casual clothes, while Yu Zhong was wearing a warrior's outfit. Their attire stands out from the crowd of well-dressed men and women in suits and evening gowns. Most of the glares that looked at the attire of Yu Zhong were snobbish and had a hint of contempt at first. But when these glares saw Yu Zhong's face, most of the contemptuous gazes immediately disappeared to be replaced by one of awe and respect. All of the men who attend this banquet were heads or leaders of the various factions within Longhai Survivor Camp. They had either directly participated in or sent their men to participate in the raid on Xiangling Granary. They were very familiar with the strength of Yu Zhong and his team and dare not to look down on Yu Zhong. After all, Yu Zhong's team was the only team that escaped from the mutant rats without a single causality. Also, Yu Zhong was the one who hunted down the mutant rat king and hence scattered the horde of rats. Many of these leaders instead wanted to find some way to deepen their relationships with Yu Zhong. The future is uncertain, and nobody knows what will happen in the zombie attack. But all of them agreed on one thing. In this post-apocalypse world, having good relationships with a powerful evolver backed by a team of elite men is not a bad thing to have. Just when Yu Zhong and his date were casually chatting with some of the guests, a gorgeous, voluptuous lady wearing a red dress cut in the conversation. Her hair was very neatly styled, and she was wearing makeup on her face. But her attitude was cold as she sneered, "What country bumpkins? To come to this high-class banquet dressed in casual clothes. TSSK, you two do not know what etiquette is." Chapter 180, Fierce. Su, Dao, equals Su, equals surname, equals One Blade. So I nickname him One Blade Su. Wang Tian, equals Wang, equals surname, equals Sky. So I nickname him Sky Wang. Equals 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 equals. Another coquettish-looking woman decked in jewelry joined in to heckle at Yu Zhong. She threw a cold look towards Yu Zhong and spoke the man who Yu Zhong was chatting with. "Young Master Gu, are two hillbillies friends of yours? They seem to have no common sense. This is Battalion Commander Lei's banquet. How could you let these two commoners come in dressed like this? Isn't that being too disrespectful to the Commander Lei?" Flame King Gu's team is a relatively strong faction in Longhai Survivor Camp. But in Longhai Survivor Camp, there are too many factions fighting for power, and there is always someone more powerful. Although Flame King Gu is an evolver, in the eyes of the bigger factions, he is considered insignificant. Here, the military controlled weapons and bullets with an iron fist. If Flame King Gu dares to use his skills to attack any man from the Special Administrative Region, a Type 40 rocket is more than enough to send him to heaven. The two pretty women are the women of the Green Wolves clan's leader and the Big Knife clan's leader. These two clans were created by Lei Sheng to do all the dirty deeds that Lei Sheng cannot publicly do. These two clans often clashed with Flame King Gu's faction. The voluptuous lady wearing a red dress is the woman of the Green Wolves clan's leader, Wang Tian, Sky Wang. Her name is Zhang Yan. The other lady decked in jewelry is the woman of the Big Knife clan's leader, Su Yi Dao, One Blade Su. Her name is Yin Hua. Listening to the two ladies chatter, Yu Zhong raised his eyebrows and coldly stared at Green Wolves clan's leader, Wang Tian, Sky Wang. Wang Tian, Sky Wang, noticed the cold look on Yu Zhong's face and immediately slapped Zhang Yan on her face and scolded her. Bitch, you better watch what you say. The one in front of you is Captain Yu. Quickly kneel down and apologize to Captain Yu. Green Wolves clan's leader, Wang Tian, Sky Wang, had also participated in the fight against the mutant rat's tide. He had personally witnessed Yu Zhong's might with his own eyes. As a subordinate of Lei Sheng, he is also aware that this man had the strength and power to fight on par with Lei Sheng's forces. At the same time, this man is also the man that his boss, Lei Sheng, wants to rope in. Furthermore, he knew that Yu Zhong was responsible for the overnight destruction of Ice King Group. He had no desire whatever to become the second Ice King. To Wang Tian, Sky Wang, Zhang Yan is only one of his toys. He did not place particular importance on her. After all, he had many more toys. Zhang Yan's face swelled from the force of the slap, and she immediately turned pale. She cried and kneeled in front of Yu Zhong and begged for forgiveness. Sorry, Captain Yu. I have eyes, but failed to see you and even offended you. Although Sky Wang will not do anything to her during the banquet, Zhang Yan knows Sky Wang's character. He is a man who would not hesitate to kill or torture his women if these women displeased him. Zhang Yan dare not to disobey Sky Wang's words, for fear or recuperations after the banquet. Sky Wang also apologizes. Sorry, Captain Yu. I am Green Wolves clan's leader, Wang Tian, Sky Wang. It is my fault for not being strict enough. Please forgive my mistake. Yu Zhong then stared at Big Knife clan's leader, Su Yi Dao, One Blade Su coldly. Su Yi Dao, One Blade Su, felt a chill creeping up his spine. But he had long accustomed to being a leader in his clan, and is not willing to follow Sky Wang and beg for forgiveness. He just silently stood there and did not let his woman and Yin Hua apologize to Yu Zhong. And Yin Hua saw that Zhang Yan was kneeling before Yu Zhong, and knew that today she had offended someone she should not have. She also turned pale and walked towards One Blade Su, and hoped that her man can protect her. Yu Zhong saw that One Blade Su had kept silent, and he stepped forwards and hit One Blade Su. The force of his blow was such that One Blade Su's mouth was covered with blood and his head was swimming with stars. You better teach your woman what they should not say, Yu Zhong coldly said. You are asking for death. Ever since One Blade Su had followed Lei Sheng and became the leader of the Big Knife clan, everything goes smoothly for him. He had never been this humiliated before. His eyes turned red with fury, and he launched a blow at Yu Zhong in retaliation, without considering the difference in strength. Before the apocalypse, he was a Muay Thai kickboxing instructor in a martial arts school. His fists are heavy and quick. Normal humans find it hard to withstand his fists. He had joined Lei Sheng early, and, as a result, he was given the leadership of the Big Knife clan. Idiot! One Blade Su's fist may be useful against low-level evolvers, but against someone who has 7 times the speed of a regular human, the fist is slow as a turtle. Yu Zhong stepped aside and easily dodged the punch. He kicked One Blade Su's legs and forced One Blade Su to fall onto the floor. Then he stomped his foot heavily on One Blade Su's back. One Blade Su spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and was pinned down like a dog under Yu Zhong's foot. Although Sky Wang and One Blade Su are both Lei Sheng subordinates, they get along like oil get along with water. Both of them secretly plot against each other in their struggle for power. Looking at his rival who was pinned dog and unable to get up, he felt conflicted. On one hand, he gloated at his arch-rival's misfortune. On the other hand, he could not help feeling afraid. Seeing that One Blade was pinned below Yu Zhong's foot and Yanhua immediately kneel and beg for forgiveness. Captain Yu, it is me that had a foul mouth. It is me that talked rubbish. Please spare one blade, Su. I'm begging you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. After the apocalypse, human lives are as cheap as ants. And Yanhua may be pretty, but if not for the fact that One Blade Su had protected her, she could not have such a good life. One Blade Su had treated her quite well, and is not like Sky Wong who discarded women like objects after using them. She also had some feelings for One Blade Su. Therefore, upon seeing One Blade Su in trouble, she unhesitatingly swallowed her pride and begged for forgiveness. This event had attracted the attention of the security guards, and 7 men dressed in security suits quickly made their way to the scene and surrounded Yu Zhong and One Blade Su. What happened? A burly, well-built and dark-skinned man stepped forward from among the guards and asked. Skywong also stepped out and smiled at that security guard. Captain Fu, this is just a minor misunderstanding. Stonehorse Village leader, Captain Yu, and Big Knife Clan's leader, One Blade Su, had a minor misunderstanding. There is no trouble. Skywong quickly pointed out Yu Zhong's status. Lei Sheng wishes to have Yu Zhong serve him and control Yu Zhong's power. His ambition is not a closed secret. Skywong do not wish to create any conflicts between Yu Zhong and any direct subordinates of Lei Sheng. If not, Lei Sheng would not forgive him. This guard is one of Lei Sheng's strongest evolvers, Fu Ming. After hearing Yu Zhong's name, Fu Ming looked at Yu Zhong, as if asking Yu Zhong to confirm the words. Yu Zhong then lifted his leg and smiled towards Fu Ming and said, "This is really a minor misunderstanding." One Blade Su also slowly got up. With eyes full of poisonous hate for Yu Zhong, he swallowed his anger and killing intent and said, "This is a misunderstanding." Chapter 181, Law After Apocalypse. One Blade Su finally cleared his mind of any rage he felt when he was punched. He is not an idiot. He knows of Lei Sheng's plan and must endure this humiliation. If not, Lei Sheng will give him a hard time. Although Big Knife Clan leader sounds good, in the eyes of Lei Sheng, it is no better than a dog. Do not make any trouble here. If there is a next time, we will escort you out. Fu Ming glared at Yu Zhong. Then he led his subordinate out. One Blade Su sucked in a deep breath and with great difficulties humbled himself as he apologized to Yu Zhong. Sorry, it is my fault for not teaching my woman. Although One Blade Su had apologized, it did not clear the resentment in his heart. Look after your woman properly. Yu Zhong did not even put One Blade Su in his eyes as he walked off with Gu Yin Yuan. Let's go. One Blade Su had lost a lot of face in his skirmish with Yu Zhong and had no face to remain in the same area. He pulled Yin Hua towards a corner of the banquet. At this moment, the looks of pity on each and every man's face were like daggers stabbing into his body. Sky Wong is relatively thick-skinned and did not care about the looks of the men as he mingled with the crowd with Zhang Yan. Although Zhang Yan's face has swollen, she was able to socialize well with the rich ladies as they eased into polite gossip and chatter. Yu Zhong met a lot of people he recognized in this banquet. Gu Fei, Ning Zixian, Ma Bu, Gu Li, and Zhang Yang, too, entered the villa next, followed by 4 more women. The 4 women were dressed in evening gowns and looked absolutely stunning as the heads of several men turned to look at them. These 4 of women sat next to 4 men and engaged the men in lively conversations. Soon, the sound of laughter and chatter from these group of beautiful women livened up the heavy atmosphere. Ning Zixian was immaculately dressed and well-groomed. From his looks, no one could tell his personality would change that much when he was drunk. See chapter 148 to 150. Gu Fei was dressed in a purple nightgown. Her face has some light makeup and made her look a bit more matured. With her thick, sexy lips, it gave her a wild, matured charm. Seeing Yu Zhong walking over towards her, Gu Fei's face seemed to break into a strange smile as she said, "Yu Zhong, you had really created a big storm." Gu Fei has seen how Yu Zhong had taught One Blade Su a lesson. One Blade Su and Sky Wong were very proud men and did not even put her dad flame King Gu in their eyes. But they submitted to Yu Zhong so easily. She could not help to but take a dig at Yu Zhong. "You flattered me." Yu Zhong just shrugged and did not seem to care as he sat on the sofa and helped himself to an apple. Gu Fei looked at Ji Qingwu, who was standing next to Yu Zhong. She seemed unhappy as she asked, "Where's Fong Chu? Why isn't she here with you? It has been but a few days, and you already changed your woman? You change your woman like you change clothes." Gu Yanyi heard his sister's sharp remarks and immediately said in a strict voice, Fei, mind your manners." Gu Yanyi is not a man who did not understand the current situation. Yu Zhong is now a man who holds the envy and fear of the men in Longhai survivor camp. He has 3,000 survivors, weapons that are not inferior to the military, and many evolvers under his command. Although their father, Flame King Gu, is a man with some power in Longhai survivor camp, his might could not be compared with Yu Zhong's strength. Gu Fei may be rebellious, but she is not stupid. As soon as the words left her mouth, she already felt a tinge of regret. But she could take back the words that she had already said. Therefore, she immediately apologized to Yu Zhong. The scene of Yu Zhong teaching One Blade Su had left a mark of fear in Gu Fei's heart as she re-evaluated her attitude towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong just smiled and did not intend to pursue the matter. It's all right. From their first meeting, Yu Zhong knew that Gu Fei's character is a bit rebellious. He had purposely picked a fight with One Blade Su to show off his might so that others dare not offend him. After the apocalypse, all order had collapsed, and a new law was formed from the chaos, the law of the jungle, or the survival of the fittest. The weak will be bullied time and time again by the strong. To survive in this world, you need to show your strength. In a Longhai survival camp, there were many factions fighting for power. If Yu Zhong had not displayed his feat of strength, many people would think he is weak and try to take his advantage. Many people will try to challenge him time and time again as they probe his strength in a struggle for power. Even if Yu Zhong is relatively strong, but there were many factions. Like a pack of hungry wolves, they would work together and tear him apart if he showed the slightest trace of weakness. By displaying his powers, no one dares to challenge him anymore. Gu Fei was just impulsive, and Yu Zhong would not turn the cheek on her just for a slip of the tongue. Gu Yanyi looked at Yu Zhong and asked, "Yu Zhong, do you think we could defend Longhai survivor camp?" Hearing Gu Yanyi's words, Ning Zixian and the rest of the men in the surrounding area all looked towards Yu Zhong. It is an open secret that a massive number of zombies from Shanlin County are headed towards Longhai survivor camp. The issue in most people's heart is whether Longhai survivor camp can be defended from the zombie attack. If it is impossible to defend, then all of them need to make preparations. Otherwise, they would die in the zombie attack. Among all the men in the villa, only Yu Zhong had brought soldiers to fight against the zombies and freed 2 villages. He were the most trustworthy among all the men here. Yu Zhong considered for a while before replying. There's only a 20% chance of us successfully defending the base. This assessment of 20% is only if each and every one of you are willing to join and fight together as one. If we do not unite, then we don't even have 10% chance of successfully defending this base. Ning Zixian interrupted. It is not possible, right? Yu Zhong, last time Lei Sheng just brought 1 camp of men and he managed to clear Qingyan County. Qingyan County is where the Longhai survivor camp is located in. But now that he had more than 1 camp of soldiers, and the Longhai survivor camp also have so many men, how come you feel that it is not possible to defend Longhai survivor camp? Shortly after the apocalypse, Lei Sheng had just used 2 platoons of soldiers and managed to clear the Qingyan County and set up the Longhai survivor camp. Therefore, it comes as no surprise that most of the people here believe that Longhai survivor camp can be defended. Yu Zhong explained, "The zombies are continuously evolving. I think all of you know this. This time, there are over 100,000 zombies. The number of zombies that have evolved twice would be in the mid-hundreds range. The number of zombies that have evolved just once would be in the range of several thousand. Among the zombies, there are commander zombies with high intelligence that organize these zombies into a powerful army. With a commander, all the zombies are at least 10 times more formidable than previous. As for us, we have expanded most of the ammunition. Looking at the big picture, I think that it would be very difficult to defend Longhai Survivor Camp. After listening to Yu Zhong's words, all the men were stunned in silence. If Yu Zhong's words can be trusted, then the survivor camp would be in great danger. While most of the men were mulling over Yu Zhong's words, Lei Sheng and his son, Lei Sheng, walked into the banquet hall with several military revolvers. Once Lei Sheng walked to the stage, all the lights in the room were turned off, except for a ray of light shining at him. "Thank you for coming to this banquet." Lei Sheng was wearing a military uniform. Looking at the smiling man who seemed to be full of heroic spirit, no one was able to tell from his appearance that he is a narrow-minded and petty man and excel in backstabbing others. Chapter 182, Conference of the Three Big Powers. After speaking some polite words, Lei Sheng immediately drove straight into the main issue. I think all of you should know by now. There is a 100,000 zombie army that is approaching us from Xianglin County. Now our survival camp has reached a point where its survival is at stake. I hope everyone will be able to put down their grudges and join hands together to fight against this threat. Lei Sheng seemed to be a naturally born actor as he said, "If we humans can join hands together, we will be able to defeat the zombies. Right now, right here, I swear in front of all of you. I swear that our military will fight to protect everyone. I, myself, will fight alongside each and every one of you and live and die with Longhai Survivor Camp." After Lei Sheng finished his speech, there is a sound of thunderous applause from the audience. The fact that there are over 100,000 zombies from Xianglin County that are making their way towards Longhai Survivor Camp is not a secret. If not for the support of the military and government officials who chose to make a stand in Longhai Survival Camp, most if not all of these survivors would have fled at the first whiff of this news. Truth to be told, most of the survivors had wanted to flee and leave the camp. Nobody is willing to stay. However, a majority of the survivors do not have much stamina and strength to do so. After entering Longhai Survivor Camp, they did not have much food to eat and were often hungry. As a result, even if they manage to leave the survivor camp, they do not have the energy to go too far. In the survivor camp, almost all the weapons and tools attained from the system must be handed over the government, military, or various faction heads. The regular survivors do not have any equipment to protect themselves. Even if they want to flee, they will not be able to survive out there without any tools to defend themselves with. Lei Sheng's words brought hope and reduced the anxiety of many heads of factions. Lei Sheng had control of a full camp of soldiers and 8 IFVs, giving them more confidence. Hearing the thunderous applause, Lei Sheng finally revealed his true colors. In this time of danger, we cannot allow conflicts among the various factions. We need to unite and stand together to overcome this crisis. But it is not possible to do so with a strong leader. To ensure that everyone will work together, we should choose a leader that will bring everyone to lead everyone to overcome this danger. As soon as Lei Sheng has finished speaking, Skywang immediately said in a loud voice, "Commander Lei Sheng is right. As he said, if we all remain distributed like grains of sands, we have no hope of standing against the zombie army. We need to choose a leader to ensure that all of us fight together as one and overcome the zombie horde. I elect Commander Lei Sheng as our leader to direct this battle." One Blade Su announced, "Commander Lei is not wrong. We cannot continue like this. I second the nomination of having Commander Lei Sheng as the leader of the expedition against the zombies." Among the men in the villa, there were also about 10 others who supported Commander Lei Sheng as the leader. But the rest of the other faction leaders chose to remain silent. They knew about having a single commander would be of great help to fight against the massive army of 100,000 zombies. But none of them was willing to be directed under the command of Lei Sheng. Knowing Lei Sheng and his methods, Lei Sheng would surely send them to the front lines without regard for their life. Even if the zombies were repelled, almost all or all of their men would undoubtedly die in battle. Without men, their power will be greatly reduced. Each of these men hoped to conserve their forces and power. To these men, it would be best if others and the zombies were both gravely injured in this battle. Only then will they step in to reap the harvest. Seeing that many of the men in the villa had chosen to remain silent, his eyebrow twitched. But he continued to smile as he announced, "Since everyone had supported me, I will step up and take leadership of all of you and make sure everyone can overcome this crisis." Seeing that Lei Sheng just assumed leadership on his own, without their approval, each of the leaders of the factions was appalled. They glanced at one another, and their eyes seemed to speak volumes. But not a single one of them dared to object to Lei Sheng's seizure of power. Lei Sheng represents the military and is the strongest power within Longhai Survivor Camp. He not only had a camp full of soldiers, but he also had supported many factions such as Big Knife Clan and Green Wolves Clan from behind the scenes. It is rumored that he is close to 1/6 of the population of Longhai Survival Camp working with him. Among the rest of the men, only Yu Zhong has the power to challenge Lei Sheng for the post of the leader. If Yu Zhong did not object, none of the men is willing to jump out and face the wrath of the Lei Sheng. After all, Lei Sheng is a narrow-minded man and will get back at them in some way or another. Gu Fei was in a panic as she quickly asked Yu Zhong, "Yu Zhong, why didn't you speak up? Right now, only you have the power to stop Lei Sheng." Gu Fei is not stupid. She knew that once all the powers have been united under Lei Sheng, her father's group's power will be greatly reduced after the fight with the zombies. It is also possible that Lei Sheng will swallow the entire power. The only one who can stop Lei Sheng from uniting all the factions under his despotic rule is the man who is sitting in front of her, Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong looked at Lei Sheng, who was standing high on the stage. He calmly replied to Gu Fei, "Lei Sheng is not wrong. Only if all the factions work together can we overcome this crisis. Scattered grains of sand could not even hope to stop the massive numbers of zombies. Did you not notice that not even a single government official attempt to stop him? If I am not wrong, they have already made an agreement with Lei Sheng and approved of his action. Right now, our biggest enemy is not Lei Sheng, but rather it is the zombies." Although Yu Zhong did not like Lei Sheng's character, at this moment, Lei Sheng is the only one that could unite all the various factions and powers in Longhai Survivor Camp. Yu Zhong's strength is not inferior to Lei Sheng, but he is an outsider. Both the government and military in Longhai will not allow him to take control of the various factions in Longhai Survivor Camp. Yu Zhong could only close an eye to his dislike of Lei Sheng in the interest of the bigger picture, the army of zombies that will be attacking the Survivor Camp. Longhai Survival Camp has less than 7,000 survivors, and not of all these survivors are willing to fight. In contrast, the army of 100,000 zombies is united. Each and every one of the various factions and powers in Longhai Survivor Camp must stand united if they were to survive. Yu Zhong could only watch in silence as Lei Sheng united the various factions under his banner. Greenie broke out in a bitter smile and stopped Gu Fei from saying anything else. "Fei, stop it. Yu Zhong is not wrong. Right now, our mutual enemy is the zombie horde. If the zombies breach our defenses, we will lose everything. Lei Sheng is not a good person, but he is the only one with the qualifications to unite the various factions and powers in Longhai Survivor Camp." Ning Zixian and the rest of the men also kept quiet. After Lei Sheng had united the various factions in Longhai Survivor Camp, his power will grow by leaps and bounds. The government will be greatly pressurized. But as Guyen had pointed out, if Longhai Survivor Camp is overrun with zombies, they will lose everything. The scenario of the day of the apocalypse was all chaos break loose reappeared in the minds of these men. Lei Sheng glanced at Yu Zhong and saw that Yu Zhong had no intention of standing out to challenge his leadership. He smiled in happiness and announced, "Now that everyone is one family, some words are better said in advance. Right now we are in a crisis. A refusal to listen to orders may lead to the destruction of our camp. If anyone dares to disobey my orders, they will be punished under military law. I hope all of you are well prepared to follow my orders." Sky Wang and One Blade Su dared not to be rash with Yu Zhong a moment ago, as they were worried about spoiling Lei Sheng's chance of assuming leadership. If Yu Zhong had chosen to step up, it is debatable if Lei Sheng would win the support of the men. Once Lei Sheng is angered, Sky Wang and One Blade Su will be killed. After all, there are many more men who are willing to be Lei Sheng dogs. Listening to Lei Sheng's words, each of leaders of various factions within Longhai Survivor Camp also felt chill. But not a single one of them dared to say a word. Even the government did not say a word. Yu Zhong also did not stand out. Of course, they would not dare to say anything. They all knew that Lei Sheng would not hesitate to kill the first one who stepped out as an example to silence the rest of the critics. No one is willing to be the one who stepped out and made an example of. Lei Sheng walked towards Yu Zhong, looked at Ji Qing Wu, and politely invited Yu Zhong. "Captain Yu, my father invited you for a short discussion." "Excuse me." Yu Zhong followed Lei Sheng towards a room inside the villa. Lei Sheng led Yu Zhong toward a secret room and then left him. In the secret room was Lei Sheng and Chun Jianfeng. Lei Sheng smiled as he saw Yu Zhong and introduced himself. "You are Yu Zhong? I am Lei Sheng." Looking at Lei Sheng, Yu Zhong's eyes seemed to flash with a strange light, but he smiled and said, "Pleased to meet you, Commander Lei." Now that the two strongest men in Longhai Survivor Camp are seated in front of him, Yu Zhong would only need to reach out and could kill them at his leisure. But he did not do so, because he is aware that if he kills them, the entire Longhai Survivor will erupt in chaos. Right now, the most pressing issue is still the zombies. As well, being the heads of the respective factions in Longhai Survivor Camp, they should have some system equipment that will enable them to protect themselves. If Yu Zhong failed to assassinate them, the Survivor Camp would also be in chaos. Lei Sheng is a cunning man. He tried to test Yu Zhong's loyalty to him by asking, "Yu Zhong, what did you think of one commander commanding all the men?" Yu Zhong seemed to be thinking over his question before he finally said, "Having one commander is a very good thing. It can unite all units to combat the zombies." Commander Lei is really superb today. In one move, you have for uniting all the factions and powers in Longhai Survivor Camp under your leadership. During the time of war, I am sure that they will be a great asset in battling the zombies. Yu Zhong had avoided mentioning his forces in his reply. Also, in saying that Commander Lei had united all the factions and powers in Longhai Survivor Camp, he is implying that his forces are not under the command of Lei Sheng. After all, his forces are not a faction nor power within Longhai Survivor Camp. Lei Sheng is not a fool, having played politics for years. He can infer what Yu Zhong is saying from his speech. He looked very unhappy and tried to grab Yu Zhong's power by saying, "Yu Zhong, you are willing to bring soldiers to support our camp." This indicated that you were a man who has his country in his heart and a hero who is willing to fight to protect his fellow man and country. Right now, you should be aware of the situation. If we cannot stand together as one, it would be impossible to fight against the 100,000 throng of zombies. Only by having a single chain of command can we maximize the use of troops to defeat the zombies. I hope you can reconsider the big picture and follow my orders. Let us fight as one to protect the citizens. Lei Sheng was hoping that Yu Zhong will gift command of a soldier to him. Yu Zhong's forces were quite strong and is very good cannon fodder. Yu Zhong just ignored Lei Sheng's words and immediately stated his terms and conditions. 3,000 tons of food, 100,000 ammunition, 30 Tang imitation swords, 20 newbie staff, 5 tons of petrol. If you want me and my men to fight against the zombie with all I have, you must give me all these items. If you don't, I will immediately take all my men with me and leave the camp. Lei Sheng's face became green with rage as he barked out, You are taking advantage of the situation to rob us. Yu Zhong just coldly replied. I have no relationship with this camp. Why don't you bring my men and I to fight with these zombies and die? I'm just a mercenary group that you hire to bring my troops to fight with you. The fact that I am willing to risk my life for your camp is already an act of mercy. As a mercenary group, did you really expect me to expend my own food and ammunition supplies to fight for you for free? Are you still dreaming? As far as Yu Zhong is concerned, all the talk that Lei Sheng had said is nothing but bullshit. If he really becomes the hero as spoken by Lei Sheng, the only fate waiting for him is the life of a vagabond. After Lei Sheng had used him, Lei Sheng would not hesitate to discard him. Yu Zhong was willing to bring his troop to help the survivor camp is because of the 6,000 survivors. He did not come here to die. If Lei Sheng tries to use him and his troops as cannon fodder, he will immediately forget about defending the camp and retreat. If there are insufficient ammunition, in the future all of Yu Zhong's troops could only engage in close combat with the zombies. Even if each of Yu Zhong's men took down 100 zombies before being slain, Yu Zhong would feel very heartbroken. After the apocalypse, each man is a valuable resource, and an elite troop is even more valuable. After listening to Yu Zhong's speech, the room temperature seemed to drop by several degrees. All three men did not say another word, and just watched each other silently. Chun Jianfeng broke the silence as he gave impartially. Yu Zhong, your demands are too excessive. 3,000 tons of food and newbie staff I can give to you. But I can only provide 10 Tang imitation swords, 30,000 ammo, and 2 tons of petrol. This is already the best we can give. I cannot give you any more than that. Ammo and petrol are both valuable resources. 30,000 ammo and 2 tons of petrol are not a small sum. Chun Jianfeng could not give Yu Zhong so many items before the fight with the zombies. Yu Zhong seemed to consider before nodding his head. All right, considering your relationship with Chun Yao, I will give you some face today. After Yu Zhong had agreed to fight the zombies together with Longhai Survivor Camp, the atmosphere in the room seemed to brighten up. Each of the three men had their own reasons for wanting to defend the camp, but all of them were united in this. After this discussion, Lei Sheng also knew that he had no say in directing Yu Zhong's army. Both of them were only working together. Chun Jianfeng knew that Yu Zhong had already scouted out the zombies. He asked, Yu Zhong, what did you think about the fight against the zombies this time? It is going to be a very hard fight. Today I have just investigated the zombies movement. They were continuously increasing their numbers by absorbing all the zombies from the surrounding regions. I guess that after 10 days, when they reach here, we will be facing a massive sea of zombies that numbered over 120,000 and above. May I suggest that we recruit all the men in this survivor camp and train them. Then we arm them with weapons and have them fight the zombies. This is the only way we can protect the camp. In Big Cliff Village, I have a steel factory that can produce 150 machetes and 150 shield a day. If I focus on production on machetes, I can increase the output to 300 machetes a day. After 10 days, I should have 3,000 machetes. This is enough to arm 3,000 survivors. If you want, I can sell each machete to you for 50 bullets each. 3,000 machete is 150,000 bullets. Although Yu Zhong hopes that the survivor camp can overcome this crisis, he is not willing to give out his weapons for free. Big Cliff Village was taken with great difficulties. As well, making each machete requires a lot of effort. He will not give them away at a loss. The survivor camp has close to 7,000 people. About half of these are able-bodied men. If Chun Jianfeng is willing to issue an emergency order, he will be able to get 3,000 more men to fight against the zombies. Chapter 183, Arrival of the Zombies. After listening to Yu Zhong's words, Chun Jianfeng's and Lei Sheng's eyes seemed to shine with a bright light, then go dark again. This is a good idea, but 150,000 ammo is not a small sum. They were unwilling to give so many bullets to Yu Zhong. Chun Jianfeng seemed to consider for a moment before he said, "No way. We do not have so many ammunitions to barter with you in exchange for the machetes. How about this? I will arrange for 1,000 survivors for you to train, and you will arm these men. These 1,000 survivors will be your man from now on. As an exchange, you gift us with 1,000 machetes." Yes, Zhong nodded and agreed without a thought. Sure. Previously, the survivor camp had restricted Yu Zhong from recruiting more men, and continuously inferred when Chen Shi too was trying to recruit more men. Even now, Yu Zhong finds it hard to gather more men to his camp. The survivor camp lacks weapons, while Yu Zhong's team lack men. Now that Chen Jianfeng had taken out 1,000 survivors to exchange for 1,000 machetes, both parties had engaged in a win-win situation. Yu Zhong continued, "But these 1,000 survivors, I only want young and healthy men. After the apocalypse, regardless if it is men or women, both are valuable resources. Men are usually, but not always, stronger than women and trend to make better warriors. Women can do what men can't, give birth to children and increase the population. But right now, Yu Zhong needs more fighters. Therefore, he chooses what he thought made better warriors, young and healthy men." Chen Jianfeng's eyebrows twitched. He actually wanted to take advantage of Yu Zhong by sending 1,000 old folks and the sick to Yu Zhong. On one hand, he could save on food supplies. On the other hand, he could prevent Yu Zhong from getting stronger. But Yu Zhong did not take the bait and immediately asked for men who could directly fight. Chen Jianfeng reconsidered and renegotiated. "I give you 500 young men, 700 women, and 600 children. In the age of apocalypse, the children only eat up the food supplies and are a liability. In this survivor camp, the food is insufficient and the living conditions suck. Many children will mysteriously disappear or are captured by men for carnal pleasures." Chen Jianfeng knows that Yu Zhong treats the kids relatively well and wished to hand over the kids to Yu Zhong's side. It is because of these 600 children that Chen Jianfeng offered to give 200 more women more than the agreed amount of 1,000 survivors. Okay, Yu Zhong had seen through what Chen Jianfeng was thinking of and did not press Chen Jianfeng further. Right now, the situation is not very favorable for all parties, and Chen Jianfeng had already shown some sincerely. Yu Zhong did not want to pressurize them too much. After all, both sides have a common enemy. Yu Zhong said, "I have a personal request. I hope that the survivor camp can allow all survivors to have enough to eat during these 10 days. If needed, we can round them up and enable them to fight against the zombie as a last resort. The majority of the survivors in the camp seldom have enough food to eat and have no strength to fight. If this goes on, after the zombie breach the gates, these survivors do not even have the strength to flee or fight back. Longhai Survivor Camp may have jointly captured the granary in Xianglin County and received a lot of food, but there is no new supply of food as the seeds could not germinate. The survivor camp only allows survivors to drink some watery porridge to preserve their lives. Most of the survivors were hungry until they were nothing more than skin and bones. In the entire camp, other than the men from the Special Administrative Region, there is no fat people. But he was thinking, if we allow the survivors to eat, then they can work faster and harder to build barricade and walls. In this way, the main force can focus on attacking the enemy instead of creating these trenches, saving time and effort. The three parties struck an agreement, and all of them left the secret room. The next day, 500 men, 700 women, and 600 kids were rounded up by Chen Jianfeng and handed over to Yu Zhong's side. Yu Zhong immediately sent the women and children to Big Cliff Village and Stone Horse Village. At the same time, Big Cliff Village continuously delivered machetes in batches to Yu Zhong and Chen Jianfeng. Chen Jianfeng also rounded up 1,000 men and handed these men to Lei Sheng. Lei Sheng assigned military trainers to train these men. He does not require these men to become elite fighting troops, but just hope they would be of some use against the zombies. Also, Chun Jianfeng also rounded up all the remaining men to dig holes and trenches, and there were many trenches surrounding the camp. The zombies are stupid and attack in swarms. Although these holes are useless against human, but it should trap several hundreds of zombies. From Shanglin County to the survivor camp, there is nowhere to defend in safety. Yu Zhong did not wish to engage the zombies in an open field, where they had the advantage of numbers. Even at several IFVs, the zombies have numerous H1 zombies that could blow these vehicles apart. If there are trenches, this would make it easier for the defenders. The evolved zombies had complicated matters. If it's just regular zombies, 100 IFVs with enough ammo should be sufficient to destroy these rubbishes. But with the evolved zombies like H1 zombies, they could fight back. 10 days later, Yu Zhong was looking out of the wall of the camp when he heard a sharp cry from little Greenie. Yu Zhong turned pale and told Kong Tianyu, "The zombies are here. Inform all of them to retreat inside the city walls." Kong Tianyu immediately left and carried out the command. All the people who were digging trenches outside quickly and fearfully rushed through the doors of the camp. In the mad scramble to get back to the city, several men were knocked onto the floor and trampled to death by the horde of men. Nobody cared about those who died. Everyone was focused on their own safety as they rushed into the city. There was no order and no queue as everyone jostled to get to safety. At the gates, it quickly became chaotic as there were sounds of scuffles, crying, and shouting. The zombies had not even appeared, but the survivors were already in a state of chaos. After a while, the survivors finally had some resemble of order under the leadership of the government officials and entered into the city. The survivors had just entered the city when the sentries on duty at the city wall noticed the horde of zombies. When they saw the sea of zombie that seemed to sweep aside all in its path, all the men on the city walls could not help feeling scared. Their zombie horde was very massive and seemed to be never-ending, and it brings with it a feeling that could swallow everything in its path as it creeped towards Longhai Survivor Camp. Seeing the approach of these legions of zombies, almost everyone turned pale and began to shook uncontrollably. Once they thought that they must engage the zombie that were as numerous as colonies of ants, many of the men were frightened out of their wits. Only Yu Zhong's elite team of men who had fought against the zombies on numerous occasions could look at the sea of zombie with a keen and calm eyes. Even the 700 men who'd just been trained by Yu Zhong's team immediately turned pale, and they trembled uncontrollably. With each step the sea of zombies advanced, the more pressure the men on the walls felt. If not for the 6m tall wall, almost all the men would be scared senseless and have long fled. "Captain Yu, there are surely more than 100,000 zombies?" Kong Tianyu, who was standing by Yu Zhong's side, remarked. His face looked very grim. The number of zombies was much more than when Yu Zhong first encountered them. It was like the march of a colony of army ants. The zombie horde in Big Cliff Village could not be compared to this threat. I think so. Yu Zhong also felt a suffocating pressure from the number of zombies. Seeing the sea of zombies, even with the wall, he had no confidence in successfully defending the camp. Although there were 6,000 survivors in the camp, those who have the courage to fight against the zombie numbered less than 1,000. 1,000 versus 100,000. Each man must kill 100 or more zombies. This is really mission impossible. Luckily, the Z series of zombies were not too smart. They only know of one tactic, to overwhelm with numbers. As they proceed forwards, Chun Jianfeng's trap of building trenches and holes went to work. Each zombie that fell into the trap ended up falling prone. Then the zombies behind them continued to fall into the pit on top of them, and so on, crushing the ones at the bottom of the pit. This continues until each trench was filled to the brim with the bodies of zombies. Then the zombie horde behind will step on the corpses of the fallen to cross each trench. With the massive number of zombies crushing those who had fallen, those that fell into the trap never got up again. About 2,000 zombies were stuck in the trenches, and their corpses were used to fill the trenches. But the throngs of zombies did not even falter or slowed at all. The loss of 2,000 zombies were quickly forgotten as the sea of zombies continued to surge forwards. When the zombies are about 100 m away from the wall where Yu Zhong was supposed to guard, Yu Zhong immediately commanded fire at will. From Yu Zhong's team, each elite marksman continuously shoots towards the zombies, and many zombies were taken out with headshots and collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Yu Zhong is in charge of guarding the east gate, while the north, west, south gates are under the supervision of Lei Sheng's subordinates. The majority of Lei Sheng's men are new soldiers who have not experienced combat with zombies nor have much military training. As soon as the zombies were in sight about 200 m away, they immediately panic and madly fire all their weapons at the zombie horde. Under the hail of bullets, many zombies were cut down by the heavy fire, but also depleted Lei Sheng's ammo at a very rapid pace. Most of the soldiers used up a magazine of bullets and quickly changed their magazines with trembling hands. After a short while, they emptied their clip and changed their magazines again. The hail of fire in the west, north, and south wall never ceased. Each of heavy machine guns did not even rest once. Hundreds of zombies were torn apart by the bullet storm. Stop firing. You are not allowed to fire without my orders. Those who fail to obey orders will be shot. A veteran soldier was able to see that something is wrong and immediately started shouting orders. Mankind has made rapid technology advancement, especially with firearms. The guns of today can continuously shoot out a steady stream of bullets at a very rapid pace. If these untrained soldiers did not exercise restraint and continued to frantically shoot, all the bullet supplies in Long Hai Survivor Camp will be used up in one day. Without bullet, Long Hai Survivor Camp could not hope to withstand the might of a 100,000 zombie army. Most of the soldiers have been given less than 2 months of training. Each soldier only had 50 bullets. The sea of zombies were thick and everywhere. Even if they blindly shoot, their bullets would hit a zombie. But to have a headshot is a different matter. Their accuracy at a pace of 200 m away was still lacking. Under the command of the veteran soldiers, the soldiers stopped firing blindly and begun to shoot at the zombies in short bursts. With a brief respite, many zombies that were shot down by the bullet storm slowly got up and walked shakily towards the walls. Seeing the shooting of these recruits has little to no effect on the zombies, the officials began to change their strategy. Do not shoot. Let them come closer before we shoot. The walls around the area are 6 m tall. The 6 m wall is their best defense. Under the command of the officials, the west, north, and south gates all stop firing and allow the horde of zombies to get closer and close to the gates. Not long after, there are countless numbers of zombies outside these 3 gates. These zombies tried to use their claws to strike at the city walls, but it was ineffective. Without the evolved zombies, even 100,000 normal zombies will not be able to break down the city door. Open fire. At this time, Lei Sheng's officials finally give the command to engage the zombies. Seeing that the terrifying zombies could not do anything but to remain outside the gates, the soldiers then relax a bit. Under the command of the officials, they begin to fire at the zombies below. At this distance, with a height advantage, each bullet quickly struck the zombies on their head, and these zombies collapsed. After seeing the scary zombies were easily killed by their bullets, the soldiers were more at ease and began to muster their courage. Lei Sheng was on a city wall, and watching the zombies being slaughtered like dogs, he started to relax. These zombies are not scary at all. Don't say 100,000. Even 200,000 of them is nothing. After killing these zombies, all I had to do is to raid the Shanglin military camp and get the guns and ammo. Thereafter, I just need to capture each town by cleansing it of zombies. If we continue like this, my dream of conquering the entire country is not just a dream. Lei Sheng's ambition is getting bigger and bigger. At first, all he wants is control of Long Hai Survivor Camp. Now he wants to control all of China. Just when the soldiers got things under control, there was suddenly change. From the horde of zombies, 200 L2 zombies appeared near the wall. Each L2 zombies had an L1 zombie in their hands. As soon as they were within range, these L2 zombies threw the L1 zombies up towards the top of the wall. These L2 zombies were all massive hulks and possessed incredible strength. Under their throw, the L1 zombie were like cannonball as they were launched on top on the walls. A few L1 zombies went splat on the city walls and decorated it with a ketchup stain. But most of the L1 zombies were successfully launched among the defenders on top of the wall. Zombies. Seeing the zombies that managed to drop among the mean, most of the new soldiers turned pale. Many of them immediately dropped their weapons and ran away. Censorship again, Sai. Directly translate as men are much stronger than women and are the best warriors. Woman can give birth and is a valuable resource for increasing the population. Sounds like the author looked down on women's value and make it look like giving birth is all a woman is worth. Many women in the police and military can fight as well as if not better than men. So what I did, men are usually, but not always, stronger than women and trend to make better warriors. Women can do what men can't, give birth to children and increase the population. Censor 2. Blah, blah, blah. Directly translate as, but now Yu Zhong wants those that can fight, and he will naturally choose the young and healthy men. What happened to middle-aged men and women? They could fight too. So what I did, but right now, Yu Zhong needs more fighters. Therefore, he chooses what he thought would make better warriors, young and healthy men. Chapter 184. Siege Tactics of the Zombie. If it was just shooting zombies from afar, it would be fine with the novice soldiers. But taking on zombies in close combat requires a lot of guts. Guts that these new soldiers do not have. Lei Sheng's soldiers were mostly comprised of new soldiers who only been trained for 3 months and have zero practical combat experience. Asking these soldiers to shoot at the zombies is all and well with them. But to get them to engage the zombies in close combat, that is mission impossible. The veteran soldiers immediately turned annoyed and shot the soldiers who fled, while shouting, "All deserters who flee will be shot on sight." The veteran soldiers killed several soldiers. Under the threat of death, the new soldiers dare not run away and took up their guns and shoot at the L1 zombies. Some of the L1 zombies managed to land on top of a group of soldiers and smash them into a pulp. Then these L1 zombies immediately began a biting spree as the zombies chomped down on the soldiers nearby. Each bite creates a horrifying wound, and the soldiers' flesh were ripped off. The soldiers' cries of pains and struggles under the L1 zombies bite only seek to add fear to the atmosphere. The rest of the troops proved to be merciless towards the men who were bitten as a hail of bullets ripped towards the L1 zombies and the eaten men, tearing them into a bloody mash. Even more L1 zombies had yet to get up from the floor before a stream of bullets were fired at them. But the zombies are different from men. As long as their heads were not hit, they were able to get up and fight again. Even if the L1 bodies were filled with countless bullet holes, as long as its head or its spine is not broken, these creatures have no problems getting up again. At the same time, the L2 zombies began to grab the normal zombies around them and toss these zombies towards the wall. Many of these zombies were thrown into the ranks of the men, creating even more chaos. But the regular zombies were different from the strength and toughness enhanced L1 zombies. These ordinary zombies were relatively weak, and most of the standard zombies were either smashed into meat paste from the impact or had their vertebrae shattered. Those standard zombies that had their bones broken from the impact could not stand up, but they continued to crawl towards the men in their insatiable lust for blood. These common zombies were not as dangerous nor as threatening as the L1 zombies. But seeing the zombies restlessly crawling towards the men with faces filled with bugs and maggots were especially terrifying to the fresh recruits. Many of these recruits' face turned white with fear, and they involuntarily peed in their pants. If not the fact that the veteran soldiers would shoot them if they tried to run, they would have fled long ago. The zombies on top of the wall continued to increase in numbers as more and more zombies were lurched into the wall. The death count of the soldier continued to rise steadily. Not long after, The death count had risen to 30 men, and the defenders' situation looked more and more hopeless. The tide of the battle seemed to shift towards the zombies. Fire the cannons and concentrate all fire towards the L2 zombies. Under the roar of the commanding officers, the heavy artillery team finally let loose their power, and several explosive shells were launched towards the L2 zombies. Bomb! 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 Following the sound of the massive explosions, many of the L2 zombies and the zombies surrounding the L2 zombies were blown apart into dust. As if the heavy shelling had set off a chain reaction, all the firepower the military possessed were crazily fired at the sea of zombies. Under the scary golden hail of bullets, many of the zombies within the range of the weapons were as if a massive, invisible scythe mowed them. At the same time, the evolvers within the military began to take action. They grabbed their Tang imitation swords and rushed towards the zombies that managed to get on the wall, and began the grim task of clearing these zombies. Under the firestorm of bullets, the tide of the battle began to change and shifted towards the humans' favor. In the east gate where Yu Zhong was guarding, the elite marksmen were unable to stop the tide of zombies from advancing. Other than the elite marksmen, Yu Zhong had not allowed his men to open fire at the zombie horde. While the effectiveness of these firearms is indisputable, it is also a fact that these firearms were consuming the limited bullet supply at a very rapid rate. It was like there was a big hole in the bottom of a massive jar filled with water, and the bullets were gushing out of the jar extremely quickly like water. If this continues, all the bullets would be quickly used up. Under the command of the officers, all of the men in the west, north, and south gates stopped firing. Only the snipers in the army continued to pick off the zombies by firing at the head of each of zombies. Once there is a ceasefire, many of the zombies slowly crawl up again. Many of the zombies had holes in their bodies. Some of the zombies have lost an arm or leg, or their guts were dangling out of their bodies, but still they got up or crawled towards the gate. As long as their heads and spine were intact, they would be able to get up again and again. If these bullets were to be used against men, the men will be gravely injured and would be unable to fight anymore. However, the wounds were nothing to the zombies that uncaringly crept towards the walls again. The L2 zombies also got up from the ground. Although the cannon fire was very powerful and had a huge blast radius, it was not very good when it comes to directly targeting of zombies' head. Only about slightly more than 10 zombies were blown into shreds by a direct hit from the cannons. The rest of the L2 zombies were sent flying by the force of the explosion. But the majority of shrapnel pieces that explode outwards landed on their massive body or hands and did not otherwise affect them at all. Of course, the standard zombies that were caught in a cannon's blast radius had been long turned into dust. But the L2 zombies had enhanced strength and toughness that allowed them to survive an indirect hit from the explosion and shrapnel bits. Looking at the L2 zombies that continued to get up, most of the men felt their hearts sank. Many of the soldiers were terrified. If the cannons could not kill these L2 monsters, they have no idea of what they need to use to kill the L2 zombies. As soon as the L2 stood up, they immediately walked towards the wall and continued to throw zombies at the wall. Evolvers all attack. This time, the military had already made preparations. Under their command, the evolvers from various factions of Longhai Survival Camp were assigned to fight against the zombies that were thrown onto the wall. There were over 100 evolvers from both the military and the various factions in Longhai Survivor Camp. Once these evolvers joined the battle, the regular zombies were quickly slain. Each evolver is different from the recruits. They had experienced combat with the zombies before and was not afraid of the standard zombie. Killing the regular zombies that had been thrown onto the wall is but a mere matter for these evolvers. It was like giving these evolvers more experience orbs. The tide of the battle slowly returned to a standstill. Each of the 4 gates rang out occasional sounds of gunfire. These are from the gunshots from the elite marksmen and snipers. If one bullet could kill a single zombie, The ammunition in the survival camp is more than enough to destroy the zombies many times over. But in reality, other than the snipers and elite marksmen, the rest of the men need to expand about 20 or more bullets to hit a zombie on its head. The throng of zombies was clustered tightly together. Hitting a zombie is not a difficult issue, but hitting the head of the zombie is the difficult part. The bullets that landed on other regions of the zombie body were ineffective against the zombie horde. Hitting heads should not be too hard. For the top view, you should see only heads and shoulders and not the body of the zombies. If you're on even ground, then it is harder to aim for the head of zombies. Yu Zhong's team of elite marksmen have been continuously shooting at the zombies with their Type 03 rifles. Their marksmanship is superb, and within 100 m, each shot of their gun could blow apart the brains of a zombie with unerring accuracy. Several zombies were continuously fell from their headshots. The 12 elite marksmen were very calm and composed as they continually adjusted the aim, reload, and pick up new targets. Under their shooting skills, scores of zombies had already fallen. Of these 12 elite marksmen, about 7 of these are former professional soldiers who had joined Yu Zhong. 5 of the men are survivors who had shown extreme promise with their marksmanship during their encounter with the zombies. These professional soldiers had all participated in the battle to free Qing Yuan County and have survived various dangerous missions. Almost all of them are used to battle. If not for the fact that Yu Zhong needed some of them to operate the IFVs and heavy weapons, Yu Zhong could have got more marksmen. First shooting team, get down. Yu Zhong had just shot a zombie when he saw that L1 zombies hosted several H1 zombies in their hands. He immediately felt a sense of danger and roared out the warning. Immediately after, he lay on the floor, flat on his stomach. The 12's marksmen heard Yu Zhong's order, and although they did not understand why, they complied with Yu Zhong's command and immediately lie flat on the ground. At the next moment, over 20 H1 zombies launched series balls of fire on the walls. Each ball of fire was devastating effective and blasted several shallow potholes, with the debris scattering everywhere. Had they acted a second later, the marksmen would be killed by this attack. With the danger sense of Yu Zhong, the men in the east gate was much better off compared to the men in the other gates. The attack of the H1 zombies had killed 23 snipers and elite marksmen, dealing a heavy blow to the military. Under the covering fire of the H1 zombies, several level 20 boss hunters crawled out of the zombie horde and quickly reached the wall. Each boss hunter had a long tail, 4's limbs filled with sharp's claws, and a sleek black body. These agile hunters climbed onto the hands of the L2 zombie, and using the great height of the L2 zombies and their hands as a ladder, quickly jumped up and reached the top of the wall. Many S2 zombies also followed after the hunter zombies and used the L2 zombies as a ladder to climb on the wall. As soon as the first hunter entered the wall, White Bones immediately rushed up with its massive axe and cleave apart Hunter. As well, little Greenie also pecked a hunter to death with its sharp beaks. Yu Zhong was also alarmed by the hunters and immediately fired his stinger gun, and with 3 shots, managed to kill 3 hunters. 10 hunters made it to the east gate. Yu Zhong, White Bones, and Little Green had managed to kill 5 of these zombies. But the remaining 5 of the zombies rushed forwards toward the rest of the men. The 4 teams of evolvers also bravely charged towards the hunters. 3 of the hunters were quick and silent as a ghost and entered in the midst of the men in the span of a few heartbeats. Their claws flash out, and 3 low-level evolvers were sent flying for 7 to 8 meters and were seriously injured by strength of each blow. 2 of the hunters opened their mouths, and their dexterous tongues immediately impaled itself on the brains of 2 of these evolvers and killed them outright. It was the first time that Yu Zhong's team have a casualty. At this time, several S2 zombies also joined the battle. Yu Zhong, White Bones, and Little Greenie were locked in fierce combat against these new threats and were unable to make their way towards the hunters that were slaughtering their men. Damn it! Yu Zhong immediately launched his shadow step skills, and his speed increased exponentially. Like a ghost, He wove in and out of the zombies as he decapitated an S2 zombie with each swing of his tang blade. In the span of a breath, 3 S2 zombies were killed by Yu Zhong. Chapter 185. Zombie Surprise Attack. Caught. Lei Sheng with his pants down. Little Greenie and White Bones also continuously killed the S2 zombies that scampered up the wall. The problem is the number of S2 zombies was too many, and they could not kill enough of these zombies. After activating the Shadow Steps, Yu Zhong continuously killed numerous S2 zombies, while protecting the vulnerable elite marksmen. These 12 elite snipers were not equipped with water python snakeskin armor, and if they were hit by an S2 zombie's claws, they would be infected. The death of each elite marksman will hurt Yu Zhong significantly. The most important aspects of these snipers is that their skills are equally useful against zombies or human beings. The regular revolvers are very helpful when fighting against zombies, but against marksmen, one bullet is all it takes to kill them. The system level up only enhances the physical attributes of a human, but does not strengthen the body to withstand bullets. Without the aid of protective items, it is impossible for an evolver to resist a shot from a firearm. Team 13 and Team 15 come and assist. Yu Zhong continued to kill zombies as he shouted out aloud. Team 13 is under the leadership of Ji Qing Wu, while Team 15 is under the guidance of Chun Shi Tu. Under Yu Zhong's command, they swiftly entered the battlefield. With a swipe of its mighty claws, it swats aside one of the close combat team members as if it was swatting a fly. 3 Tang imitation swords cut into its flesh and created 3 long wounds. But these swords lacked the strength to cut any deeper into its body. The hunter flipped its tail and sent 2 of the men flying with but a single blow. "Go and die, you fucker!" At the time, Kong Tianyu activated his surge in strength +1 skill. The ability granted Kong Tianyu a colossal amount of strength for a short duration of 5 minutes. With his enhanced strength, his blade easily craved apart the skull of a hunter. A massive orb of experience entered into his body. After Ji Qing Wu entered the battlefield, she immediately activated her cutting-edge enhancement skill, as well as her increased agility skill. As she charged past a hunter, there was a flash of light, and the hunter was immediately cut into 4 pieces, and its blood and body parts were scattered in all directions. Another hunter flicked out its tongue, and like an arrow, aimed towards Ji Qing Wu. Ji Qing Wu immediately cut off the tongue of hunter with her blade, and moving very rapidly, closed in on the hunter that attacked her. The hunter was enraged with pain as its tongue was sliced off. It immediately strikes out at Ji Qing Wu with a claw, and at the same time, its long flexible tail immediately lashed out towards Ji Qing Wu's head. Unlike normal zombies, the hunter had evolved some ability to think. In fighting with the humans, it had learnt that these men are unique. Their bodies are robust and are difficult to hack apart. But the brains of these humans are unprotected. Against the hunter's deadly attack, Ji Qing Wu did not show a trace of fear. At the time when the hunter and Ji Qing Wu passed by each other, there was a flash of light. Then the hunter was spilt into 4 pieces, and its blood spurted in all directions. Under the effects of the cutting-edge enhancement skills, the Tang imitation sword in Ji Qing Wu's hands was a weapon with unparalleled sharpness. This ability, combined with Ji Qing Wu's swordsmanship skills, created a superb close combat fighter that is without peer. Of the 5 hunters that made it among the men, 3 of them were killed by Ji Qing Wu and Kong Tianyu. The remaining 2 hunters did not engage in further combat with Yu Zhong's troops and immediately tried to creep down towards the residence. Yu Zhong raised his stinger gun at a hunter and pulled the trigger. The stinger bullet was fired with unerring accuracy, and it blew apart a hunter's head into bits. The last remaining hunter leapt down from the wall in an attempt to escape. But there was still an IFV that was waiting down below, and as soon as the hunter leapt down, the men manning the IFV immediately used the Type ZPT 90-25mm autocannon and sprayed a thick chain of bullets towards it. The hunter was unable to withstand the might of armor-piercing rounds of the autocannon and was shredded apart by the hail of fire. Yu Zhong has placed the IFV and 2 jeeps armed with Type 89 QJZ 8mm heavy machine guns as the second line of defense against the zombie horde. After killing another S2 zombie with his blade, Yu Zhong roared a command, "All units fire and destroy the L2 zombies." If the L2 zombies continued to send more and more zombies into the city, it would be impossible to defend. The S2 zombies that poured into the city are not what regular revolvers can handle. Under Yu Zhong's command, the 3 Type 89 QJZ 8mm heavy machine guns mounted on the walls let it rip. These bullets landed among the zombies, and most of the zombies were knocked down from the firepower of these heavy machine guns. Standard zombies would have a massive hole where the bullets hit them, and it is common for a string of 3 to 4 bullets to separate the top half of the zombie from its bottom half. These L2 zombies may be extremely robust, and it could withstand gunfire from most ordinary weapons, but its tough skin could not withstand the bullets from this heavy machine guns. One by one, the L2 that acts as a bridge was shot down. Although these L2 zombies had fallen, they were not killed. It just provided a brief respite from the unending stream of S2 zombies. Without additional reinforcements, Yu Zhong and the close combat men, the 6 teams, finally destroyed all the S2 zombies. This wave of zombies attack, with its uncommon methods of siege warfare, had cost Yu Zhong dearly. 2 of the 12 elite marksmen have been scratched by S2 zombies and must be put down. Also, the 4 of the men from the close combat team has been killed, and 7 men were seriously injured. In one wave, Yu Zhong had lost 13 valuable men. But Yu Zhong's team had killed 9 hunters and 32 S2 zombies and managed to hold the line. The second-generation zombies are somewhat rare and are elite troops. Having killed so many evolved zombies, the men guarding the East Gate can finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Hello, Yu Zhong. Is that Yu Zhong?" The West Gate could not hold on. "Please, can you bring some soldiers to help out?" "Please?" If you do not help out, the West Gate could not be defended. Just as Yu Zhong killed all the evolved zombies, the walkie-talkie rang out with Lei Sheng's shouts for help. Yu Zhong immediately replied, "All right, I will bring men to assist immediately." In this time of crisis, where there is an army of over 100,000 zombies, all of the men must be united, or they could not even hold on for one day. Kong Tianyu, you are in charge of defending this area. Xingyu, Close Combat Team 1 and Team 2 members follow me. The first combat team and the second combat team members are all the elite members of Yu Zhong's team. After experiencing the last battle, many men had reached level 10. Yu Zhong also gifted these men with an assortment of skill books and allowed all the men who broke through the level 10 bottleneck to learn a skill, hence increasing their combat effectiveness. 2 military trucks containing all the men steadily made their way towards the West Gate. The streets were clear, and there were no obstacles in the way. As a result, they quickly reached the West Gate. As he disembarked from the vehicle, he found that the West Gate had already been breached. The military had already retreated towards the area under the West Gate walls, and there were 2 IFV, steel mesh wire fence, heavy machine guns, and light firearms that were frantically trying to stop the horde of zombies from overrunning the defenses and pour into the city. One by one, S2, S1, L1 as well as regular zombies continuously poured down from the West Gate walls. After that, most of the zombies were torn apart by the heavy firepower. Several hunters, recognizing the danger on walking on the street, chose to creep on rooftops as they stealthily made their way past the barricade. A burly middle-aged man seemed to cast a spell, and 5 balls of fire appeared in the air and flew towards one of the hunters. The hunter was very agile and managed to avoid 4 of the fireballs, but it was hit by the last fireball, and the fireball created a large hole in its body. It lost its balance and dropped down from the roof. The next moment, countless numbers of bullets created a barrier of ammunition and sent the hunter to meet its maker. The 2-type 90 ZPD 25mm autocannon on top of the 2 IFVs had not ceased fire all these while. The massive firepower was particularly effective against zombies, tearing huge holes in regular zombies' bodies. Even the S2 series of zombies will be split apart if it is hit with an armor-piercing round from the deadly weapon. Lei Sheng walked towards Yu Zhong and faintly heaved a sigh of relief. Yu Zhong, you are finally here. Thank you for bringing soldiers to help out. The zombie horde suddenly activated H1 zombies, hunters, S2 zombies, etc., and within a short span of time, the number of soldiers in the West Gate that were lost to the zombies were terrible. The military and the various factions had lost more than 80% of their men, and all the snipers had been destroyed. The West Gate was deemed as lost, and Lei Sheng brought his soldiers and retreated to the second line of defense. The other 2 gates also suffered heavy loss in the zombie attacks. But one of the gates was defended by government commandos, polices, and military police. The reserved military forces secured the other gate. Both sides were engaged in fierce combat with the zombies and have no men to spare. That was why Lei Sheng requested Yu Zhong for help. The wall is very important to the defenders. As long as there is a wall, the normal zombies could not swarm into the city and use their numbers to overwhelm the defenders. With a wall, the defenders are more likely to breathe easy and are more willing to fight. Therefore, the importance of the wall could not be stressed enough. Who is that man? Yu Zhong looked the man who continuously launched fireballs at the hunter. Lei Sheng just take a quick look and immediately replied, "He is Flame King Gao. His strength is indeed extraordinary." Yu Zhong thought. Flame King Gao continuously launched one fireball after another on the evolved zombies and hunters, and killed these evolved zombies. Those that were injured were immediately torn into shreds by the rain of covering fire. But Flame King Gao was heavily panting and perspiring heavily. After a short while he sat down on the ground and no longer had the strength to stand out. Releasing each type of powerful attack had a drawback. It will rapidly drain stamina and spiritual power. Flame King Gao had expended a considerable amount of stamina and spiritual power to lay covering fire and to buy time for the last 20% of the defenders to retreat. Right now, he was totally drained. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.